We absolutely, I'm going to say again, for the anti-white censors, we oppose war, we oppose violence of all sorts, and we believe that no good will come to us and our cause by any act of violence or illegality whatsoever. Only bad will come to our cause, our people, and our efforts to bring love to our people by any single act of illegality or violence. So we not only reject violence, but we reject positive outcome by way of violence. Never put your faith in, never again, never in government, never in an individual, never a politician, never this leader or that leader, never again. From now on, the way we undermine control of the leadership, the office, this is the 200 level IQ for those who are behind the chair of the office, ladies and gentlemen, is they control the office, they control the individuals behind the scenes. The way we undermine that is you and me deciding whether or not the office, the individual, the government, whatever the entity might be, that we decide that it is good when it serves my well-being, and it is for the refuse then when it doesn't. So we can love a guy today because he's doing X, Y, or Z for my well-being, and tomorrow he decides he's going to do something that is going to inflict harm on my well-being. We show up at that bastard's house. What he did the day before doesn't matter. We show up out we don't do violence. We show up at his house with placards. We show up and we're with placards. You let the person, the leader, the government, the chair, the empty chair of the office, you let them know what you think about them. When they decide they're going to serve some anti-white objective because their handlers told them so. Then what ends up happening is, when the handlers and the anti-whites the money, the anti-white leads show up and they say, okay, we've built up this great halo effect on you, now you're going to beat them down a dead alley. He or she's going to say, well, wait a second. They're going to show up with placards. They're not going to accept this. They're not going to say, well, I was a good guy yesterday. They're going to say, what the hell am I doing today? That is how we undermine them. This is game theory, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 3D chess. You want to make sure that every morning when your feet hit the floor, that the hearts of the anti-whites tremble. They want to dread, you want them to dread and fear that you are going to be going out into the world and spreading white well-being, that you're going to be teaching our people how to love ourselves and identify with us again. That is what you want them to be afraid of. For those serving white well-being, there is one master in this world. One thing that matters, one thing that you always bend your knee to and nothing else. And that is the spirit of the West. Then what is good for Western kind is good, and what is bad for Western kind is bad. Now, we can disagree on how we get to that outcome, but if that is our outcome, and there is no way we can go wrong. If that is the objective that we are all arguing for, there is no way we can screw this up. Because it's not going to be one here, one there, one group here, one group there. It's going to be the fluidity and dynamism of Western kind. In this town, in this county, in that city, in that high-rise, in that the basement of that restaurant, in all of these places, if they were all bending only to the one master, the spirit of the West, they cannot go wrong. Where you go wrong is when you decide that a man, or a woman, or a movement, or an idea is more important than the spirit of the West. That is where you go wrong. Nothing is more important than the spirit of the West. One master. How does this play out in your life? It plays out this way. The conversation about Putin goes like this. Is Putin for Western kind, or is he against Western kind? What matters is, does Putin do something good for Western kind on Monday? Does he do something good for Western kind on Tuesday? Does he do something good for Western kind on Wednesday? If he does, then you can like him. If he doesn't, then you hate him. That's how it works. Same thing holds true. For me, there is no reputation that gets you by. There is no person who winks and nods and dog whistles about maybe I'm supporting you, maybe I'm not. No, it is all or nothing. No more politics, no more reading the tea leaves of politicians. From now on, if anybody you know says Putin is going to do this for us, or Trump will do that for us, or Pi really likes us this way, or maybe this other person over there, you immediately ask them, why are you putting the onus and burden and work on them? The only reason you would do that is so that you can have nothing to do. So get off your lazy ass. You can say this person did something good for Western kind, but what's now important is you are going to go out into the world and you are going to make it happen. You are going to be the change that you want to see. You are going to be the proselytizer. You are going to be the apostle that wakes up the next 1,000, the next 10,000, the next 100,000 of our people. You are going to be the person who finds out the method by which we can channel this information into the minds of 1 million of our people. The only thing that matters is the service to that one master. Ideologies, political parties, individuals, ideas, that's all that matters. And if you decide that that is how you're going to view the world and view all people, one master for them all, you can never screw this up again. Because all that matters is where the rubber meets the road. All that matters is what he's doing, is it good for us or not? When it comes to historical figures, the anti-whites, listen closely. When it comes to historical figures, the anti-whites like to conflate you with people they've already demonized. Do you like person X? Well, if that person did anything that served white well-being in accord with your morality, you like those actions, you like those statements. Beyond that, you have no knowledge of anything else. Beyond that, you don't care. That is how you don't get conflated. People ask you to give your stamp of approval on the totality of someone's life. Forget about it. You never answer to anti-white hypotheticals, ever. When they ask you, well, what would happen in this hypothetical scenario, non-whites? Are they victims then? Or white people? Are they superior then? You don't answer that. You say you do not answer to anti-white hypotheticals. End of conversation. Do you laud or do you condemn? Do you forgive and give excuses because he has done something good in the past, even though now he's harming Western kind? Hell no. This is the only mechanism by which we can control those figures that potentially people behind the scenes are controlling. Here's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. I've just given you the skeleton key, and if we all use it, we win. How does that work? How does that sound to you? This is how it works. Shadowy figure comes up from behind the scenes. Not very shadowy, because their names and faces are out there. They just won't be written out in machines media very often. They show up behind some personality. They co-opt them, and they put them out in front of you. Calculatingly have to do a couple things so they build a reputation up as somebody who cares about you all, and then the poison. They serve the interests of those behind the scenes. And why does it work for them? It works for them because he don't hate that SOB the moment he turns his back on us, the moment he cuts our throat. The way you prevent this from happening in the future is you laud the behavior, the actions that serve white well-being, and you condemn the behaviors and actions and statements that serve white ill-being. And you soundly condemn them. That hundreds or thousands of people would show up outside his house with placards that said, "Go straight to hell for taking our money and doing this with it. You're no leader of ours. You are a carpetbagger. You are a chameleon. You are counterfeit." If he knew that hundreds or thousands would show up, if he knew that when he would go to the grocery store, no, I'm going to end up in front of I'm going to look out my window and there's going to be 500 people with placards telling me to go to hell for this. I don't know that it's worth the money you're trying to pay me. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the skeleton key. One master. It's the spirit of the West. All that matters is what we do in service to white well-being. We go against the service of white well-being. We serve white ill-being. You hate us for it. That's all that matters. That is how we control from this side of the game board. If these folks who are serving ostensibly white well-being know that if they run afoul and begin to serve white ill-being, that they are going to have those results. It's going to be a lot harder. Conservatism Inc. railroads and blind leads our people into these dead-end alleys. So they have nothing to do but throw their hands in the air, cover their eyes, and close their minds to anything else that could save us. This is the skeleton's key. One master. Never forget it. It's not human. It's the spirit of the West. It resides in all of us. And if we're not serving it the moment we're not, you condemn the person. It's one of those perennial things. People want to be lazy. They don't want to have the muster of courage. And both of those things impel them to put faith into individuals, faith into parties, faith into movements, faith into ideas that otherwise are undeserving. And it also causes them to give forgiveness where forgiveness isn't warranted or due. So many good people. It is an honor to be here, shoulder to shoulder with you, just like the Spartans at Thermopylae. Our shields raised, our shields crossing over each other's left shoulders, and our spears standing tall and proud toward the advancing swarms of anti-whites. We will not be defeated. If there was a percentage of the white population that were all using the 5P concept, it would be done for the anti-whites. It would be over. In every country that happened then. Over. Guaranteed. There's nothing that can stop the power of the white race, Western kind, unleashed. And we are, as I described in my book, we are like the eagle that has had its wings fettered its entire life. And it just trods along the ground, like all the other flightless birds, never realizing, feeling the yearning, but never realizing that it can soar among the clouds. That's why we have to treat ourselves for the anti-white concepts that we refer to as mean pathogens. Treat ourselves for those infections so that we can begin to access those powers. Everybody that does it, there's no like weird magical thing. There's no weird, nothing weird at all that you have to do. No mystery, nothing arcane. I just said it. That's exactly how it works. Very simple, very straightforward. Just like working out. It's as straightforward as working out. You put in the time, you get the results. Put in the time to do the right thing, you get the results. And that same thing happens with white well-being. There's nothing that can stop the power of the white race, of Western kind, unleashed. You want to complain about the power of the money brokers behind the scene. It doesn't matter how much money they have. You'll see that you can control those people who claim to be representing you quite easily.
So let's see, what do you guys got today? Will President Trump talk about publicly the anti-whitism in our country? Thank you in advance, sir, for reading my question. Just the missus.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Hooah! Goddamn, we will, brothers and sisters. Feature stories today. Senate formalizes dress code just days after ditching it. Musk tweets on the border. Jamal pulling the fire alarm. An update on CRS. We talked about it just last week. You won't even believe what we found. Give, send, go. Is it anti-white? We'll find out. Moms and tots up in Canada. What was that all about? A woman attacked by a naked migrant? Well, I'll tell you about it. YouTuber shot in a mall near me. Black woman says, we need more white supremacy. We'll review that. There's actually a few lessons there, and also a very, very colossal lesson in Musk brought before a bunch of friends. There's no way there's anything there except friendship. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. A husband and wife who work for the circus go to an adoption agency looking to adopt a child, but the social workers there raise doubts about their suitability. So the couple produce photos of their 50-foot-long motor home, which is clean and well-maintained and equipped with a beautiful nursery. The social workers are satisfied by this, but then raise concerns about the kind of education a child will receive while in the couple's care. The husband puts their mind at ease, saying, we've arranged for a full-time tutor who will teach the child all the usual subjects, along with French, Mandarin, and computer skills. Next, though, the social workers express concern about a child being raised in a circus environment. This time, the wife explains, our nanny is a certified expert in pediatric care, welfare, and diet. The social workers are finally satisfied and ask the couple, what age child are you hoping to adopt? The husband says, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? As long as the kid fits in the canon. Oh my gosh, where is my video stream? There it is. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wonderful Sunday evening, Monday morning here in the once great state of Virginia, 5 p.m. here, 7 or 8 or 6 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Times are changing. It's that time of year, but we're going to make it through it. I promise you. We're going free. We are in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It's great to see every single one of you. Over the course of this gathering, you may financially gift yours truly. You can do so by heading on over to Entropy, which is up and running, should be. And you may financially gift there in cash dollars. You can also leave comments there in the Talk Heaven widget or the chat widget, I think is what it's called now, over there. And they won't scroll away. I should be able to find them just fine. You may also financially gift on over at DLive and their cute little cryptocurrency. Hello to everybody over there. Hello to everybody on over there at Rumble. Hello to everybody on Odyssey, is where you can also financially gift yours truly with their cryptocurrency and cash dollars. It's great to see every single one of you over there as well. Finally, you may financially gift at Cash App, and that is also one of the URLs that is in the description below this very video. You may financially gift there with the cryptocurrency or with cash dollars. I guess I should say there's one more, Subscribe Star, at which you may financially gift in cash dollars. I'll be keeping an eye on all of those as we storm through this epic Sunday in service to white well-being. It's the first Sunday of the month, so we're going to take a quick look at our financial gifters. Get out your raucous emojis, celebrate with some swash flags, and then we're going to be getting directly into these news items and your comments today. At the very top of the honors roll call, you know that's where we keep the All-Stars section. Very briefly here, ladies and gentlemen, in the All-Stars and the number one All-Star position, we have Promethean Healing champion among champions, 07s, quadruple 07s. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate. We also have in the All-Stars segment, you know him well, No White Guild Clips is over there. And we have a Joseph in the All-Star section of the honors roll call. Who else do we have over here? I think we got at least, let's check the other page. We'll see who else we have in the All-Star segment. Is the one and only Mother of Victory is in the All-Star segment. And user 5728 is in the All-Star of the honors roll call. And we're going to wrap it up with the rest of the honors roll call here today with user 58-2B, as well as June, as well as Joseph, and your LG, and Einer is there. Promethean Recurring. Tamara is there. And we have user 15BB, user 5E44 is there. Maverant and Zenazak are also there in the honors roll call. Mr. Walker and Greg are both there. GDA 101 is there. All-Star Wingit, Save Western Civilization Now. King Petras is over there. Brad C is over there as well, ladies and gentlemen, as well as Happy Cat. And then rounding out our names here, 4 more. We have W.K. Hendrickson in the honors roll call. And we have Paul Usher is there. Riot Skid is there. Maximilian is there, ladies and gentlemen. W. Maximilian, let's give it up for these folks. 10 seconds, and we'll be getting directly into the news of today. Nice. It is so awesome to be with all of you on every Sunday. It is a Clement Day here on the first day of October. Now, those who just had their names read and we celebrated are people who financially gift without giving a single thought to it. They have followed themselves down into the description below. They have found the platforms on which you may financially gift without giving a single thought to it. Platforms like Gumroad and Subscribe Star. And then it just recurs, and we celebrate you at the beginning of the first Sunday of every single month. Thank you so very much for your service to white well-being. God bless you. Going to be getting, it is a Clement Day, and I have been preparing. I have been hurrying. I can't be slapdash. I have to do things methodically to be able to get ready for today, and we are ready. So we are going to go ahead. No slapdash here. No slapdash. We're going to go ahead and throw our first item up on the screen, and we're going to make me a little bigger there. What happened here? Suit yourself. The Senate formalizes a dress code just days after ditching it. Does anybody here, this is the advanced class, does anybody here know why the federal government, they did not have a formalized dress code? In other words, we're not talking about a code of formal dress wear. It was not written down where you could find it say men have to wear this, women have to wear that. That was not written, and now it is, because of course the standards, which are our standards, the West's standards, have been white erased. And what is expected normally, this is those expectations of behavior, our mores, expectations of thought. Those things have been white erased increasingly, and we find now that you have to set down actual rules. But in this case, it's very fascinating why they would suddenly go back. And there, of course, is Igor, the ogre, Fetterman, strolling through. This is a just absolutely revolting sight. I tell you this, though. I mean, the White House, the Capitol, it has all been profaned for a very long time. And I used to joke. I used to actually give speeches where I would say, to make a joke about it, to get laughter, that if I were ever to come to power in these once great United States, I would have to bring in all different types of religions and whatever it might be, to sort of sanctify, to bless, to get the demons out of these buildings. And of course, a hazmat team, especially since the Clintons have been there, to just get rid of all the disease that lurks in every corner. Can you imagine? There's nothing sacred left about these spaces. Here we have Fetterman. The Senate's move to relax its unofficial dress code has led to a surprising development. An official dress code. Lawmakers voted unanimously on Wednesday to codify a business casual dress code for the Senate floor, just days after one of its leaders sought to do away with it altogether. Now, actually, they got rid of it. They got rid of it and then immediately flip-flopped, John Kerry style, went back the other direction, and decided they were going to, oh no, we're going to have a formalized. We're not just going to say that Fetterman and anybody else, if they like, can wear whatever they want inside these once hallowed halls. No, you were going to be able to profane it any way you'd like. Go ahead and wear in your My Little Pony costume or whatever it is next. Last week's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, otherwise known as Satan, directed the Senate's Sergeant-at-Arms to stop enforcing the unwritten rule allowing members to wear whatever they wanted. Senators have traditionally voted from the doorway of the nearby cloakroom if they happen to be dressed casually. The change seemed primarily aimed at accommodating Pennsylvania Democrat Trollman, who regularly wears hoodies and gym shorts, probably a diaper, to work, but not on the Senate floor since his hospitalization for depression earlier. Is that what it was? Is that what it's depression? Not retardation. It galled many senators. Actually, only 2 Democrats spoke out at the time. Here's the reason. We'll get right into it. Let's see what Samuski says. Now watch senators showing up in PJ. Yeah, exactly. That's what was going to be happening. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. If you'd like for me to see what you have to say, you can ask me questions. You can make comments. You can do whatever. Be respectful. And the troll slayers, the fabulous troll slaying champions, will leave you be. Great to see everybody here today. Hello to all the white well-being community. Many blessings from the once great state of Oregon, right? Foster, great to see you. And as well, there's Elaine Sabatino for Ranklin. Wonderful to see everybody. Here's the reason why. If you weren't aware, by the way, I just want to say as an aside, and we're going to get into our next news item, which of course is Musk tweeting about the border and what's happening there. It is truly shocking, but something just as an aside to throw in there. There doesn't seem to be a dress code for women in in the House or Senate. Fascinating. There should be a dress code for them. It's still an unwritten one, but I can't wait to see what sort of Star Wars looking outfit attire that some of these anti-whites, as things continue to worsen across Western civilization and in these once great United States, what kind of Star Warsian outfits, what kind of cantina outfits that these anti-whites were going to be wearing into government. And of course, they'll just change what they mean by formal. You see, white people have this big problem. We take for granted what and who we are, and we can't do that anymore. We say, well, it's got to be formal wear. Well, they'll just change what formal means. And if you're white and you're like, well, golly, they can't do that, then you need to stop thinking for yourself. You need to follow what I say, and we'll take back our destiny. I can be a rapper one of these days. The reason why is because as you look out upon the heaving refuse of the population, the midwittery and the midget-wittery out there, and even some of the uber midwits, even some of them, you find a great difficulty in understanding that there is no legitimacy in the anti-white governments of the United States and indeed all of Western civilization. But there is one quick, surefire way that you could take even the dumbest of these and educate them on the fact that there is no legitimacy left, that these people are actually at war with the founding stock of Western countries, that these people are anti-white to their core, whether they're anti-white light Republicans or anti-white hardcore Democrats, whatever it is, they're at war with the population, which is why we have this wonderful segue into the next item about the border and Musk heading down to the border. But they are at war with us. And so they decided that, oh my God, if we allow people to wear relaxed gym clothes, living in your pajamas, sweatpants, then the average moron in their heaving millions will finally understand that there is zero legitimacy to this government. My friends, the United States government, all of the governments of the West were defeated long before you were born or your parents or your grandparents, long before it was already defeated. They have just kept up the pomp and circumstance. What you see in the federal government of the United States, what you see specifically that they just did with this formal dress code is no different than the pomp and circumstance of royalty. It conveys to the casual onlooker who's not thinking for themselves that there is power, that there is legitimacy, that there is excellence, that there is justice. There is none of that. And if you dress them like this, then even idiots can see that. So make no mistake. Nobody up there at the federal government said to themselves, well, this is just in a very profound way. There might have been like a couple of Republicans, maybe even a Democrat or two, that just felt uncomfortable in them wearing nice attire and somebody in their sleeping clothes shuffling around these once hallowed halls, these profaned halls now in the federal government. There may have been just a handful. No, they came to the realization that our scam will be up. It's a lot like the scam that you see women get all bent out of shape over when better women decide to tell the male population that this is how women manipulate you. And all of a sudden, the other thieves get most distressed, and they feel deeply aggrieved that one of their own would reveal the secrets of how they destroy the lives of men. That's exactly what happened there with this dress code. This is actually a big story that no one is talking about. There is, and what's important here when I say that no one is talking about it, is that what we deal with here is the psychological warfare waged on the population, the control of the mind, the control of the thoughts, and therefore the control of the conclusions that can be drawn in one's mind, and therefore the control of the body, what the body does, the vote that the body casts, the protest that the body goes to. All of that is a consequence of what happens here, and all of this is a consequence of the psychological warfare. That's why we're talking about it. This was actually a very big thing, and the fact that it is like an atomic bomb going off in the woods, and nobody's saying anything. You're just like, well, shrug my shoulders about it, just demonstrates that they have no idea what's going on in the world and how the mind is manipulated by way of psychological warfare. Fortunately, we do. Big story here, even though nobody's saying anything about it. Let's pull up Musk and what's happening with that guy down there at the border. We'll put him on your screen as well. It's an interesting tweet, especially given the fact that he has been dragged before a tribunal of sorts. It wasn't anti-white. We'll talk about it. Maybe it was a little anti-white. Maybe it was very anti-white. We'll see. Did you listen to it? We'll get to that in just a moment. We're going to pull up a screen share right here. Elon Musk at the border. U.S. Border Patrol just reported the highest number of recorded illegal immigrants. Now, YouTube, I'm reading what that says here. In history, at over 260,000 this month. The full number, including unrecorded, may be over 500,000 per month. So they said the Border Patrol underfunded and being prevented. The Border Patrol claiming, and we have read these articles here, claiming that they're not being allowed to do their job. They're being pulled from areas where there are crossings happening. So the Border Patrol, to the best of their ability, those who are loyal to the country, are saying that it is as many as 3 for every one they see. So they say for as many as 3. We're talking about nearly 1 million, not just the over 500,000 is a really conservative in a month. In a month. We're talking about 1 million people. That is a invasion. It is a vasion. That's what it is. That's what it is, anti-whites. It is a vasion of some sort. It damn well is. This is 1 million people. I mean, 1/10 of that coming into this country. And we see these videos. We all are seeing them one after the other. And we're sick of it. And what's happening? We can't do anything about it. The states can't and won't do anything about it. The people go down. People have gone down long before the internet was even robust enough to spread the news about what was happening on the southern border in the United States. All these Johnny-come-latelys that can't see beyond the span of their own lives when they look out at the world. Everything is a lens that is bumpered by their life. We talked about that a couple of weekends ago, of how much more intelligent and wise we are here today because we see beyond time, beyond the time of our own lives. All these Johnny-come-latelys. And they want to talk about, well, now it's getting bad. Now people are going to, now my ass. People have been out on the border. They went out before the internet was robust enough to talk about any of this stuff. I've been around. Yeah, I've been around that long. I look this good because I'm a fucking vampire, all right? They went down to the border with their firearms. They went down and they tried to stop this from happening. They said, oh, we're going to go apprehend. This has happened a number of times. We're just going to go out and apprehend these. We're not going to shoot them. We're just going to apprehend them. We'll take our firearms. And the feds and the state governments go out and shut down the people. It is a war being waged by anti-whites that dominate the federal government and the state's government on the founding stock white people of the United States and all the good non-white people who stand with us, who want the United States to remain a Western country. They don't want to see it become a Central or South American country because they don't want to live there. That's why they left, or their ancestors left. And I don't want to live there. And the rest of the white population, except for the inveterately sick anti-white POSs out there, sick with anti-whiteism, nobody wants to live in those environments. And if those anti-white white people wanted to live there, they would move there. But they don't, do they? They don't. No, they stay here, and they stay principally in places like Chicago, and in places like Hollywood, and places like New York, and in places like Boston. And they vote to force it upon everybody else. And then when it comes to their neighborhoods, they say, well, wait a second, get out the National Guard. It's coming to everybody's neighborhood. That's what the anti-whites, boy, you got it coming for you because you're going to be eaten alive. You are some of the most avid, some of the most fervent and fanatical anti-whites out there, and you are going to be eaten alive. Maybe you like that. Then I suggest you start with yourself. No need to see another sunrise since we're such an awful people. Start with yourself. This is over 1 million people in a month. And we see the videos, and you can see in this photograph right here, does this look like a multitudes of starving children? It's never been that. You could have 10,000 military-aged men show up, and the king anti-white media will be certain to get the photograph of the child trying to climb, the one child trying to climb under some razor wire. Record 260,000 plus illegal entries in the U.S. during September. This border crisis is unsustainable. No, I really need to impress, and we're gonna move on beyond the story in a minute. But I really need to impress. You go out of your house, and it's not happening in your street. You go to the grocery store, and it's not happening at your grocery store. You go to the kids' play, it's not happening at your kids' play, or your kids' soccer game, or your particular church building. It's not happening there, but it will be. This is going to be. And these people, this is actually the other most important point. People entering a country illegally are by that act demonstrating that they have no respect for you. They have no respect. If they have no respect for you, then they don't respect your loved ones. They don't respect your property. They don't respect your valuables. They don't respect your real property. They don't respect your real estate. They don't respect your inheritance. They don't respect what we've created. They don't respect the laws, obviously. They don't respect our mores, our norms, our customs. They don't respect any of that if they're willing to illegally enter your country. You do not have, and we have never seen, going all the way back when Reagan, the Gipper, it's the Gipper. He's a great conservative. We got the great conservative. First and biggest amnesty of all time through Reagan. This is what he did. Highest tax increase. People need to take a fresh look at history. But Reagan was the first amnesty. Unless I can be corrected, it was a while back. But that was President Reagan who did that. Never have we seen in the United States a population from a war-torn, in my opinion, a population from a war-torn country who shows up on our, and this is the thrust, this is the connotation, this is the vibe of why we have a policy to receive a population. And you know what I have to say to the United Nations or any sort of these global rules or treaties that the Western countries are assigned to? You and the laws you've written and these treaties we've signed, we're saving our asses. And if you don't like it, then maybe we need to send some special forces to put you 6 feet under so you can stop complaining about these things. That's the best way to end somebody's hardship and their pain. You know, when an animal is suffering, you put a bullet in its head to end its suffering. That's what humanity does. Never have we seen the spirit of this idea of receiving a population from a war-torn or otherwise a devastated country and population. Never. Because you know what they look like? They show up starving to death. They show up in rags. They show up filthy. They show up without shoes. And then that's when you take mercy on them. And not even at that point was it ever said, oh, now we're absolutely going to make you a part of our country. No, and where does it say that? Where does it say that we're going to get out the biggest telephone pole and shaft it right up the asses of the population by giving away citizenship to anybody who shows up? We have a contract we're supposed to, that this government, if state and federal, is in total breach of with the citizenry. You do not give our citizenship away, you motherfuckers. You never do that. But that's exactly what they do. No, we have millions a month showing up in the latest clothing, totally fed, shaved, showing up. Oh, yes, I'm here. Where are the white women? Where is the welfare office? We're supposed to commiserate with their long and suffering journey on a train paid for by these government agencies, by these government groups, by the state of Israel, by all of these different agencies. We're just by all these different groups, billionaires. We're supposed to commiserate with them on that long journey from maybe Africa, the Middle East, Asia to Central South America, on up to Texas, and then across the border, and we still commiserate with them all the way to the welfare office. That. Sick and tired of that. They make no mistake. They have no respect for us. You enter illegally, that's like entering your house illegally. You come into our country and you say, where is welfare? That's your and my money. That's our hard work. That's our industry being flushed down the toilet. That is these people waltzing right into your house, helping themselves right to your pantry, helping themselves right to a bedroom, helping themselves right to your pocketbook for all of your dollars, helping themselves right to your little daughter or little son, depending on their perversity. And you think you're going to get, these are good Americans. I don't give a if they otherwise were hardworking in the country they came from. You just demonstrated no respect for me, my ancestors, my blood that died, the tears that soaked the soil to make this land livable and make it something called the United States. You have no respect for that. So fuck your ass all the way back to whatever shithole you came from. And the more they bring in, the more unsettling it's going to be. And my friends, it's going to have to be unsettling for somebody. It's going to be unsettling for somebody. The question is it going to be you and me, the founding stock of this country? Are we going to continue allowing the sewing circle to tell us what we do? Are we going to continue? Did you see this Republican debate? I think maybe the next Republican debate, I'll bring back Jason Goes Political for that and review it. Absolute joke. Maybe we could talk about that a little bit later if you're interested. But I mean, could we have a little bit more of these dickless wonders like Mike Pence and DeSantis and Ramaswamy and the absolute shrieking shrew? What was her name again? What's her original name? What's her name? Nikki Haley's original name. Ramabona, whatever her name was. Ramabolona. We're going to have more of that. Sick and tired of it. And this invasion going on while they're trying to give another $25 billion of our industry, of our future. That's how we have to talk about it from now on. $25 billion of our future. Doesn't that conveys more meaning, doesn't it? It's not, oh, that's our money that's gone. That's our tax dollars that's gone. And because these things are so intangible and the vast majority of the population can't conceptualize them. They don't have the computing power to conceptualize. Just say, that's your future. That's your future gone. Can't get it back. So your future, our future, your children's, grandchildren's, nieces and nephews, etc., it diminished infinitely because of that 25 billion. That'll bring it up to 105, 110 billion that are being paid to keep Ukrainians happy so that they will continue dying fighting Russians. That's where is that where you want your dollars? Is that where you want your military aid going? To ensure that more Ukrainians and Russians die. Absolutely sick of it. And then talk about the disrespect at the Capitol. Jamal Bowman. So they're trying to pass this 45 days so they can keep the government moving. Now, what does it mean when the government when the government shuts down? What does that mean? I know flippantly, a lot of us, including myself, are like, yeah, shut it down. It's garbage. Nothing good comes out of it. Shut it down. But what are the actual ramifications of shutting the government down? Anybody know? Anybody care to say? People die. Quite a few will die when the government shuts down. Quite a few go without the medicines they need and die. Go without the surgeries they need and die. They either die immediately or they die in the ensuing months because of this hiccup in the treatments, the medication, the surgery, the immediate surgery that they needed. Many others, they have to come out of pocket for these medications that they come to rely upon. And now, let me just say here for a moment, I'm no fan of relying on the government. And I don't hurt deeply when people who rely on the government are like, what? It's gone now. How can you do this? Because you are an adult. I'm going to say to my white brothers and sisters out there, if white people don't do this, if you need to be on awesome, use these systems, welfare systems, use what you've put into the system to get back out of the system, use these systems because they're being used against us. Having said that, use your time to save. Save like there's no tomorrow because you are white and the government is not eternal. There are going to be hiccups. So when you come crying and you say, oh my God, now they won't pay for the meds and I can't afford it anymore. I say, well, what were you doing for the past 20 years? Why weren't you saving for a moment just like this? White people provide for the future. And something that potentially genetically made us great was that specifically providing for the future. So if you're not providing for the future, then you're less white. If you don't provide for the future and you're living by the day, like the food just falls out of the trees, you are less white than the white people who provide for the future. So we can have multiple perspectives because we are complex, highly intelligent beings. We can see that it is odious to cut off what people rely upon. That will cause death. That will cause mayhem. That will cause people to have to come out of pocket for their medications and could potentially financially have a domino effect that ruins them. There are many things that we could dive into. We don't have the time, and I don't really have the desire to dive into, that go wrong and can harm people when the government shuts down. Who knows this? All elected people know this. It seems that there are only a few Republicans that care. No Democrats care. Jamal Bowman is one of the Democrat, anti-white POS extraordinaire. Jamal Bowman. He knows what happens. He knows what happens when the government shuts down. A couple things happen for Jamal and the other anti-white Democrats. The first thing is people die. The second thing is Democrats, with the help of anti-whites in the media, get to blame it on Republicans. All that goes wrong, all the hurt, all the angst, and make no mistake, for every one person that actually gets hurt and somebody who knows of the person who gets hurt, especially a close friend or a loved one, there are hundreds of thousands that are crippled with fear over it. And then they vote. And Jamal Bowman, with the help of the anti-whites in the media, waging war on Western kind and Western norms, white norms of behavior, and all the good non-white people who stand with us, he knows that population will vote for him instead of any Republicans out there. Once they pin the death and the fear and the angst on the Republican Party. And specifically, of course, the white race. Because you remember when this anti-white piece of shit went off about, you's a white supremacist. You's a white supremacist. Remember that? Jamal Bowman. So, Jamal Bowman being one of the big advocates for burn down, send to prison forever these white Trump supporters who came to the Capitol and disrupted a proceeding. That Jamal disrupted the proceedings at the Capitol by pulling a fire alarm. The charge that these people went to prison for, they went to prison for. Some of these ordinary Americans, some of them came from trailers they live in. And they have little shitty jobs, and they care about America. And they're misguided because they're not listening to us, Team White Wellbeing. They came to the Capitol. Some, they talk tough. Some of them peaceably walked through. Some of them whatever. Some of them didn't even show up. And they go to jail for disrupting a proceeding at the Capitol. For years and years. This motherfucker right here better follow them in an orange suit for even longer. Look at his ass right here. Look at this anti-white piece of shit. Sorry for my French. Pulling the fire alarm. Why? Because the Republicans and increasing number of the Democrats during this point in the day were coming to an agreement for another 45 days of funding so that they could continue talking about funding the government for the next year. And this guy saw his opportunity to put an end to that by pulling a fire alarm. Like his IQ must be 70. How childish, how anti-white must this guy be? His IQ absolutely must be 70. Well, I'm just going to pull the fire alarm. That'll just the whole thing right up. I'm going to tell you, I was in high school. I pulled the fire alarm out of irritation. I may or may not have pulled the fire alarm because for all I know, that's not a legal thing to do. And I know there's probably no statute. They would probably fine. Governor would probably, Youngkin would intervene and he would retroactively get rid of the statute of limitations. And then they would come and arrest me for having done that in high school. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I might have been talking to a girlfriend and the teacher, the bell had just rung and the teacher came out and said, she's coming in the classroom right now. And I said, I've got 10 seconds more to say. And the teacher said, no, the bitch, no, right now. So I said, all right. And then maybe I showed that frigid bitch that I wasn't to be trifled with. And I ended up getting half of the period to talk to my girlfriend at the time out in the sun. And it was warm and it was blue sky and the clouds were out there standing in the grass while the school tried to determine what happened, what's on fire. I was a teenager if that happened. This is the end of all decorum, of all white standards in Washington, D.C. I don't like it, so I'll just pull the fire alarm. United States Representative Jamal Bowman, a Democrat from New York, is accused of pulling a fire alarm in the Cannon office building in Washington, D.C. The building's part of the U.S. Representatives, which is debating a possible government shutdown. Fox News Digital reported that Bowman is being questioned by Capitol Police. Now, there might be. So they've got video about this. I'm not going to go through the whole article. I don't know if I have the other one. Oh, maybe I got this article here. And of course, he's saying with this beyond infantile, absolutely brain dead excuse. I thought that, and this guy was apparently a principal of some. Could you imagine this guy being the principal of a school? How do you think the kids are going to turn out there with this guy to principal? Seriously. Works in a school, sees fire alarms the entire career, however long he was after he was given that job for being black, I'm sure. My opinion. I mean, I wasn't there that day, but of course we did just have the S&P 100, and there's kind of evidence is kind of everywhere for about the past 60 years about the discrimination against white people, specifically white males. But this guy sees fire alarms everywhere, presumably can read, and then pulls the fire alarm in this building and said, "Oh, I thought that fire alarm thingy would open the door." No, the thingy that opens the door are your hands, you dipshit. That's what opens the door. I mean, can we get this guy a headdress? What opens the door? Your hands. Welcome to civilization. In Western civilization, unlike the one maybe that you just arrived from, to open a door, you use your hands. Oh, and here's what it looks like. Can you see that? Fire alarm. Can you see that? That's what he pulled. It says fire. It's a 4-letter word. There's another one that starts with F that I'm thinking about when I think about you, Bowman. Jamal Bowman ripped down 2 signs warning a second floor door in the Cannon office building was for emergency use only. So he went through 2 signs that said you can't use this door to get through before reaching the fire alarm that he had to get through, that he had to get to pull the fire alarm, and then running out through a different door on a different floor. Multiple sources familiar with the investigation into Bowman pulling the fire alarm in the house, which triggered a full-scale. So, enough is said about this. This anti-white bastard. Get a good look at his face. For all the nice suits, for all the nice clothing that he's willing to wear. Although I have noticed that he wears sneakers with these things, but that was okay because in the military, while all of the white guys had to wear boots, it was interesting. A lot of the non-white guys, a couple of the white guys, but a ton of the black guys, their feet hurt, so they got to wear sneakers. It was a funny thing. Boots are a lot heavier than sneakers. They're a lot less comfortable than sneakers. But it was just an observation that I made. But get a good look at this guy. Because he was willing to murder people to get votes in his next election. He was willing to murder people. Government shutdown causes death as a consequence. I outlined it for you, and there are more ways that it causes mishap. So he was willing to murder, to cause mayhem, to ruin lives in various ways, financially crippling. People are not able to pay for anything anymore because all the money being sucked out of this country to be able to finance white men dying in the Ukraine. And this guy was willing to put further stressors on that already weak and flimsy financial backbone in most households. Would have been snapping it to make white people look bad. Remember, the Republican Party, when they talk about the Republican Party, it's like when they talk about police. So don't get mixed up by these things. Don't let them, anti-whites, determine for you the names of things and what they mean. When anti-whites say the Republican Party, when they say the police, those are stand-ins for white people. That doesn't mean that the Republicans and the police stand up for white people, okay? That just means that anti-whites, like Bowman, like Jamal, will use them as a stand-in for white people. So he was willing to wreak total havoc on countless families and lives. Death, financial turmoil, the arguing and fighting, the domino effect that takes place of the hostilities in a household. He was willing to do that to an uncountable number of people to demonize the white race. That is who you're up against. That's why this story matters. That's why it's so much more important, this item here, than the weight that other people are giving it, which is in your conservative circles, it's just going to be, well, but look at the hypocrisy. When they showed up at the Capitol, they get 10 years in jail, but he does the same thing and he gets nothing. They're hypocrites. And then you just go back to your little sewing circle and you feel like you've done something. You know, golly jeepers, it's a double standard. And you feel like you've done something. That's not doing something. Here we actually change the conversation. And we're going to be celebrating a couple of those victories after we go through the news from this past week. But that is what the anti-whites are willing to do to you, to your family, to the people you love, in order to demonize us. All of that, to wreak all of that in order to demonize. There isn't a single thought floating around in his head. Maybe he's not able about these ramifications because they're not in front of him. They're not right now. They're not right now. And if they're not right now in front of him, then conceptualizing them may be beyond him. And then, even then, we would be able to see, we'd be able to test, does he have humanity? Is he actually going to do something to end the suffering of a person directly in front of him? So in one case, you have, does he have humanity? Who knows? And in another case, is he able to conceptualize, and does he care? I mean, is he just evil to his anti-white heart that he knows, and he's just like, so what? I love bringing the pain to the white race, destroying this country. I love it. Maybe that's what's going through his mind. But it's important to know who you're up against, because listen to this, friends. The good, the honorable, the just, they hold these virtues in great regard. And they know that at times when dealing with evil, that they have to do things that are only in keeping with these virtues by way of an interpretation that has to be rare, that has to be rarely used, which in short is this: to maintain our virtues, and the highest of all now, above all others, is that which is good for white well-being is the supreme good. And that which affects white ill-being is the supreme evil. But the interpretation is this: at times, in conflict with evil, the good, the just, the moral have to go the distance, mirroring and in some cases being even worse than evil can muster. You want to beat the anti-whites? In some sense, and at times, in some ways, you got to be worse than Jamal. You hear that train whistle, Jamal? All right. Jamal is done And we'll move right on to CRS. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we talked about CRS last week. There was a big revelation that there is a department in the federal government, within the Department of Justice, that shows up at the homes of white people who have loved ones victimized some way by anti-whitism. It's usually by a non-white anti-white, but not always. And as a consequence of these visits, we see this uniformity. Now, there's much more to it. It's not just this department. There is this psychological warfare element of the anti-white narrative, anti-whitism itself. You can't, in other words, you can't just get rid of this department and fix this problem. I know there are a bunch of people out there that are midwits and they haven't learned yet to follow Team White Wellbeing, but you got to learn. If you're midwit and you can't figure this out, you just got to get rid of that darn department. If you get rid of the department, then it's gone, right? It's like getting rid of carpenter bees, huh? No. There's a deeper problem that you can't understand. You would still have this self-flagellation in the white population, but it goes beyond that when you have this uniformity of statements from the families, this absolute declaration of allegiance to anti-whitism. So it's a fascinating, I mean, I'm not there. I can't say exactly what these people are telling these families. All I can say is that CRS exists. They show up at these events when white people are victimized, and then the white family members come out and they make these statements to prevent the white population from commiserating with the white family. They say, this isn't about race. They didn't do this. This isn't a consequence of policy, anti-white policies. And let me also point out, I get people who say things like, this couldn't possibly have anything to do with race. Stop. It's like you're a plumber showing your ass. You bend over and I'm like, I see you didn't wipe today. Stop demonstrating that you are not up to understanding anti-whitism by trying to tell me what happens in the world and what's going on. We've got it figured out. Your option is, do you follow what's working, or do you be a little dick and go the other direction? Those are your options. Not, I'm going to tell Jason the way it is. Because you have people living a lifetime of anti-whitism. Their entire perception of the world is anti-whitism. So you can't, like as I was mentioning a moment ago, just say, get rid of the group, or that, well, this anti-white, non-white person did this to a white person, but he didn't say anything about race. He's never said anything about race in anywhere that they can find in social media. So therefore, it was only driven by something else. That's like saying that deep sea fish, that water had nothing to do with their acts of that day. The water, anti-whitism, has everything to do with everything. Do you understand? Everything to do with everything. I can assure you this. The father that came out to tell the world to go off because the world said, wait, his white daughter was stalked, beaten, savagely raped, and then savagely murdered by a border crosser who shouldn't have been in the country, anti-white as all hell, demonstrating had no respect for white people and the country that we made, our country. No respect for it whatsoever. It had nothing to do with any of that. He was just horny that day. And he was, hadn't quite learned to not beat and stalk and rape. That's all it was. That's all that father wanted you to believe it was. Bullshit. Every single one of these incidents, to one degree, greater or less, is motivated by anti-whitism. There isn't a rapist or murderer in America, anywhere in the West, alive, that rapes, murders, maims, steals from, etc., in a way that they are overlooking, sort of magnanimously raping. I mean, can you see it now? Overlooking all the anti-whiteism that they have come to understand is the universe, is the real world. White people everywhere have done nothing but beat and harm and exploited and maimed and raped my people for like 500 million years. But when I choose to rape this white woman and beat her to death, I'm going to overlook all of that. Are you kidding me? We're going to need to start a new holiday for a guillotine, because there's a lot of thoughts going around in the world that don't deserve thought space. The holiday of guillotine. So this group shows up, and then these white families come out. They prevent the white population from commiserating, which is the essence of the beginning of identifying as a people. We talk about this all the time. When you see a white person beat on a video, your primary thoughts, your thoughts should all be focused on that white person, their loved ones. They're murdered on video, that white person, their loved ones. It's not how bad this non-white group is or that non-white group is. First of all, that's just immoral, because it's not the whole group, ever. But secondly, you're demonstrating no concern whatsoever for our people. You don't see your well-being by way of our well-being. You are demonstrating that you are a selfish individual, that you can't be trusted to work for the betterment of our people, that you're just there for your own ass, which is how we keep getting into this scenario in the West, where we suffer grievously. There's a big cleansing, if you will. And then people like those selfish individuals bring people back in because it benefits them selfishly to do so. So that's what you demonstrate to me, that if you had the money and the power, you would reintroduce to my community where I live, as long as it didn't harm you and where you live, all of the horror that was there before. That's what you do. You should, and the test is, if it were your mother, somebody you love, getting beat, that's how your response should be when you see that happening to a white person. That's what it should be. Not a single thought for the people doing the attack. You resolve that by ending our victimization. Spectacular dipshits. Some of the most spectacular dipshits in the world. Well, what? Then you can't do anything about it, Jason. You can't do anything about it. Well, Jason, he just doesn't want to do anything about it. Ending our victimization, dipshit. Why can't you put two and two together? If we can't be victimized. What the absolute fuck, you idiots. You fucking retarduses. You want to talk bad about an entire group of people. I want to end our victimization. Who's actually getting something done? So CRS shows up, and then these people come out. They tell the white race to screw off so that white people can't commiserate with them. This is like the beginning, as I say, of the identifying as a people. It is the natural thing. It would incite whatever little instinct we have in us to see our individual well-being by way of our group well-being, the commiseration, the sympathy, the tears for our fellow sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, nephews, nieces, fathers, mothers, grandparents. They prevent that from happening because they know psychologically the power of that. They don't want that to initiate. And then white people respond accordingly. They're like, well, they deserved it then, I guess. And you are tricked right out of, in football, we call it being juked out of your jock strap. And I did that to many a guy on the football field. I can tell you that because I was a star. Many a guy looked for his jock strap on the football field after I put a move on, and then he stood there saying to himself, where did Jason go? Where did that white guy go? Oh, he's gone. He's running down the field. Oh, look at that. He's in the end zone. And he's not celebrating because that's his house. That's where he goes. So he doesn't have to toddler around the end zone like he did something good today. So white people end up being manipulated by the anti-whites easily in this way. CRS. So we talked about what must be going on, because when we have these interracial incidents where it's a white person that is the aggressor or an institution created by white people, i.e. law enforcement, etc., CRS somehow is unable to get the family members of the non-whites or the privileged groups, the homosexual group that was harmed, or the transgender group that was harmed, or whatever the different groups are. I don't follow it around. I don't know. They're unable to get the family members to come out and say, this had nothing to do. And you, anti-white people, if you think this had anything to do with his sexuality or with his race or with somehow they're not there. Somehow they don't get it done. They just don't. If anything happens, it's the exact opposite. It's not only is the institution or the individual blamed, but the totality of Western kind is blamed, not just the white race in that community or that state or that region or that country. The totality of the white race is blamed. Have you ever talked to an anti-white? Get out of your little white sympathetic circles where you sit around in these circle jerks. I mean, some of these, they can't even, with these younger generation, the little Zoomers, I don't know, you can't even call it like a circle jerk anymore. What do you even call? They don't even grow genitals anymore with all the poisons in the food and all the Tylenol their mothers take while they're pregnant with them and give to them while they're children. Whatever. They get around in like a belly button jerk. And then they got like a chief belly button jerker, and they show up 7,000 to 10,000 a night to jerk their belly buttons. It's their lower belly button. It's the lower one. CRS is not there. So here's the interesting thing. Rapunzel, our dear Rapunzel, was doing some investigating and discovered a group out there. And before, when we were speculating about CRS and what they did that was anti-white in the world, we now have proof. So update here. This is an organization. The organization is called Task Force Butler. And they produce a booklet, these anti-white, this garbage, produce a booklet called the Community Response Guide. Now, heed this well, my friends, my brothers and sisters. Heed this well. And let's give some thanks to our Rapunzel for finding this information and confirming exactly what CRS does, because otherwise we would not know. This organization teaches people how to attack white people that are not anti-white enough. They, according to their documents, and we translate what they have to say, anybody who's not anti-white enough in any community is the problem. And of course they use words like white supremacist or racist or nationalist and on and on. And of course, increasingly, all of cuckservative-dumb, kind of appropriate, isn't it? Cuckservative-dumb is added as well. So they teach people, this Task Force Butler, with their Community Response Guide, listen closely, they teach the average person in the street how to target white people in their community, in their friendship circles that are not anti-white enough, in order to ruin their lives in various ways, such as spying on them. This is how they teach to observe, spying on them, how far away you have to be when you spy on them to not get caught, various methods of how to observe, and various methods of how to ruin people's lives, that individuals out in the community can do to you. And they teach them how to do all of this, to gather the intel, how to ruin your life, where to go with the information. They teach you how to do it without being caught by white people who are not anti-white enough, so that they don't know you are the one who is doing this to them. They show you in the guide the different groups in the government, in the governments, to go to with this information where you will get action. So none of this other, none of this like, oh, no idle, just mail this or just send this to this police department or that one. They might look into it. No, these are the places that you can send the information on this person that you have targeted, so that there will be consequences for them. Are you hearing what I'm saying? This is the anti-white world we live in. Community response guide is for people just getting started and taking a stand against the fascist street gangs trying to spread hate in their neighborhoods. The community response guide is a roadmap to help you identify the problem, white people who aren't anti-white enough, to form partnerships with your neighbors, to make smart and safe choices about how to respond, and then get action, writes Task Force Butler. Research has shown that white people who aren't anti-white enough are increasingly targeting American communities with graffiti, with flyers, and other acts of property destruction and intimidation. Seeing slurs and hateful slogans displayed boldly can be shocking when first encountered. The appearance of this type of hate speech, in other words, speech that isn't anti-white enough, is a cause for concern, but not panic. There are actions you can take on your own, or ideally with the help of other community members. Why do we bring this up? Task Force Butler. What's so important about that? What is the connection of Task Force Butler and CRS? Oh, only this. Task Force Butler says to get the biggest bang for your buck when you want to destroy someone's life who isn't anti-white enough, you want to go to CRS, Community Relations Service. Here they outline that CRS is the only federally trained, and this is the proof. This is verbiage that we took from CRS that is not like on the front page of their website. It's the only federally trained and recognized group who has the power to go into communities to respond to hate crimes, but whose mission is also in part to prevent hate crimes. Did you just hear that word? They use the word prevent. The only way that you'd be able to stop an individual that you were accusing of not being anti-white enough from not doing something that you imagine that they might do, and look at the mad ravings of anti-whites, would be to subject them to the scrutiny of various law enforcement branches. What other way is there? Kill them? Imprison? You can't be imprisoned yet before your crime. So they want to ruin your life. And what are the ramifications of being investigated by state law enforcement? Ramifications of being investigated by the FBI on your employment, on your relationships with your friends and family, on your sanity. So the Community Relations Service, CRS, says of itself that it is the only federally trained and recognized group who has the power to go into communities to respond to hate crimes, but whose mission is also to prevent hate crimes. And Task Force Butler is telling you to use them to destroy people in your community that aren't anti-white enough. So the question was out there. We could just look at the evidence about, well, what happens when CRS shows up? What kind of outcomes do we get? Well, when the victim is non-white and the aggressor is white, or the institution is white, created by white people, we see that the whole of the white race throughout all of history is condemned for it. And white people are made to suffer. All white people are made collective responsibility, which of course is something in our white mores, our white jurisprudence, that we find reprehensible, collective responsibility. But anti-whites, not so much. They love collective responsibility when it comes to the white race. On the other hand, when it's an anti-white who harms a white person, and this becomes public, remember, this is when local law enforcement and local media can't squelch the hush crime. They can't squelch it. They can't restrict it. They can't quarantine it. It gets out. And people find out about it from peer-to-peer communication, and it starts growing. And then larger and larger parts of the anti-white media feel like they have to say something or lose the little credibility. Remember, we talked about during the stream that they said, oh, no, you still have to put a tie on when you come here. The credibility. Lose their credibility. They have to say something. CRS is dispatched. The family members tell the white race to go to hell. Don't use our loved one. Don't sympathize with us. Don't commiserate with us. And that is the entity that Task Force Butler is saying they will, this is what they do, what we just said, and they will help you prevent, report to these people. Why? What is it about these people? Their special training. They're the only group in the federal government that does this. It's all about targeting. The only interpretation that I can come to, I know the ear is against the door, so maybe the anti-whites have another interpretation, is that they're anti-white. The entity is to achieve anti-white outcomes. There is indeed a link in this document to report white people who are not anti-white enough to the FBI. We followed that link. And it is laid out at a retardus level for the most low IQ anti-white drooling imbecile to be able to fill it out. And every online document that is filled out and submitted, the FBI starts a file on. And they follow up. They say so. Imagine the power of that. Here's what it says in Task Force Butler, taken from CRS, to educate the anti-whites in your community about how to deal with your average, nosy neighbor, about how to deal with white people who aren't anti-white enough. First bullet point, the Community Relations Service is a component of the Department of Justice. As America's peacemaker, this is what the anti-whites always do. We need to stop talking about this always with the Orwell. I can already hear everybody going, oh, Orwell. Well, what has that done for us? Start saying Kuna. What did Orwell do for you? Jack shit. Yes, they give everything the opposite name of what they do because they're anti-whites, because they're waging a war on the white race. America's Peacemakers, CRS, provides facilitation, mediation, training, and consultation services to communities in conflict, enhancing their ability to independently prevent, and resolve future conflicts. Find contact information for your region's CRS office here. And it's a clickable link on the document. Yeah, we'll provide it. We'll put it up there later. So, you have an anti-white cat lady, raccoon lady, drug-addled, emaciated, or 5,000 pounds, or whatever it is, track marks on her arm, whatever it is, or she's a super anti-white, clean-cut, nose in the air white bitch who is white bitch who has gotten everything because of anti-whitism and hasn't come home to hit her yet. She's raking in the big 6 or 7 figures as she whores herself out several times a week to a new guy who will, she hopes, finally come be a father to the 3 or 4 children that she has with 3 or 4 different men. And then she can call up CRS. But wait a second, what was CRS again? She can call them up and they will help her at her local office. They will educate her on how to destroy the lives of white people who aren't anti-white enough. This is CRS. They said it right here. I just read it. Goes further. Second and last bullet point before we move on. The DOJ's Community Relations Service, the Department of Justice, as a member of the Department of Justice, they have an intimate relationship with the FBI, with the DOJ. Was established by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to assist communities facing disputes, disagreements, or difficulties relating to allegations of discriminatory practices based on race, color, or national origin. Now remember, that's also perceived. It doesn't have to be in fact. It doesn't have to be objective. An anti-white of any race can say, I perceive that this white person was doing this out of, and then they get visited. How many times since 1964 have these leathern-winged, hooved-footed anti-whites from the Community Relations Service descended on communities and intimidated white people with talk about them being part of the DOJ and their offices in the Department of Justice? And what crime? Yeah, they don't have the right to arrest you, but they know the people who do. And they can place one call and you're arrested. They can place one call and the IRS starts auditing you. CRS's mandate, listen closely. This is where it gets really maniacal, demonic, evil. Listen closely. CRS's mandate expanded in 2009 under the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act to include working with communities to prevent, and respond to alleged hate crimes, alleged, on actual, or they actually use the word perceived, race, color, national origin, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. Who is always the villain in all of these cases? White, heteronormative, founding stock America. You have all, do the math, folks. If you can't do it on your, I know the Knights of the White Table here on Team White Wellbeing can do the math. But when they list all the victims, and there is nobody else, you know who the victimizer is in their minds, okay? With its unique mission, CRS is the only federal component dedicated, to assisting state and local governments, private and public organizations, law enforcement agencies, tribal communities, and community groups to resolve conflicts based on these aspects of identity. Did you hear what I just had to say? They are the entity from the federal government that helps everybody of every level, down to that anti-white cat lady or raccoon lady on the street or whatever it is, or the lady that's hoarded dogs and the whole place smells like dog shit, all the way up to the state governments and everybody in between, tribal governments, everything. Private and public organizations, your places of work. How much more now is it important? Do you see the importance and value of the Go Free method? How much more important do you find the Go Free method now? Do you find that when you embrace who you actually are in your heart, and you find that your concern for our people is built out of love, hope, and redemption, that this is the place for you, and that this is the only way, and just so happens to be the most powerful way that anybody can do anything to push back against anti-whitism. Can you imagine with this federal agent, this federal department, CRS, how infinitely stupid it is to speak as the villain, to dress as the villain, to act as the villain in the anti-white narrative? In 2009, their power expanded. And I think another expansion of power is on the way for them. They'll be able to go out and not in the too distant future, there'll be some new form, and there are some things we can imagine, of victimization of white people who think that they're going to go out into the world and they're going to J-Spurg some, or they're going to whatever, and they're going to find something uniquely excruciating to do to you and your life. We are the way. We are the future. We are the light. We are the bridge to the reclamation of our destiny. With love, hope, and redemption, there is nobody else. Forget about it. There you have it, folks, the update on CRS. And it's important that we make it known to people that the entity exists and that the entity has the power that it has demonstrated here.
It's beautiful.
Let me pull up. What the heck?
It's beautiful.
There we go. What do you think about what is it now? Send. What is the name of it again? Give, Send, Go, I think. What do you think about that entity? A lot of people think that Give, Send, Go is based, right? Right? It's the replacement, isn't it? It's always these alternatives, and then everybody scuttles off to the alternative. It's like Rumble and all of these others, and they think, "Wow, we can still do it. We can still push back." You get into these deeper and deeper ghettos to say the same garbage that you were saying, and you're chased by the CRS. And I guarantee you there are CRSs in other Western countries. John Malt, ladies and gentlemen. You remember him? The champion from School of the West that went into the epic Promethean champion that went into the city council meeting. And he said, our town is almost 100% white. Why are you erecting statues of non-white children? I want my children to see themselves represented. I want the white children of this town, in this town created by white people, in a state created by white people, in a country created by white people, in a Western civilization that only exists inside of white people, not in a land mass, certainly not in an incorporated country, but only in white people. I want them to be able to see themselves smiling back in simulacra. Don't introduce anti-whiteism into my community. And we know we're not talking about a world here. This great champion, John Malt. We're not talking about a world here where there isn't anti-whiteism. And then you have a no-name statue of a non-white child go up in the community. That would just be something of interest. White people like variety. That's used against us. So we would say, oh, isn't that interesting? That's somebody, that's not one of us. That's somebody else. It's an interesting statue. But in this context where we live our whole lives, the deep sea fish, the water is the context. We know it's anti-whiteism. We know it's about white erasure. No more, you can't get away with this anymore, anti-whites of saying, oh, well, that's just you must be really a foul person. You won't even have a non-white statue of a child. We got our eyes on you. We know it's white erasure. We're studying what you do, and we identify it everywhere. So shut your yapper. Shut your yapper. Well, John Malt, the great champion, decided he wanted to financially gift a white family on this Give, Send, Go platform. And he financially gifted them. And then he wrote nothing that was insulting. And then they decided to censor him. So he decided to write back and get a screenshot in case they censored him, and they did. Here's what he wrote. Give, Send, Go removed my previous comment. Quote, I'm donating because, like you, I'm white, and white people need to take care of each other. Close quote. This time, I'm taking a screenshot for proof. I have said nothing offensive in any way. Shame on Give, Send, Go for being anti-white. Hey, folks, let Give, Send, Go know that you're not going to tolerate anti-whiteism. If you got a moment to write them a terse or succinct email, do so. Let them know that you find it despicable that they censor people who make white positive statements, because you know damn well and good that Give, Send, Go would not censor a black person or Jewish person, for the love of God, who wrote up and said, I'm Jewish too, or I'm black too, and therefore I want to support you, and we should be supporting each other. You know they wouldn't. They would probably put that on the banner of their website. So now everybody can know that this platform as well is anti-white. So you Give, Send, Go. You better write yourself. You better write yourself. And if you don't, you better hope that I never come to power, or that any others from the Go Free method come to power one of these days. Because we're going to go back through history. We're going to flip back through the pages. You're not going to be able to just go hide off in a corner somewhere and say, wasn't us, I couldn't do anything. There was the pressure. No, no mercy. I also wanted to mention here, thank you very much, John. I also wanted to mention this article the great Brent Danger has brought to me about the sign in Canada. Did you all see the sign? Whites only, moms and tots. And what are your thoughts on it? I'm going to have a look at what you all are saying in the live chat, and we're going to continue chugging along with the news items. Big thank you to Brent Danger, Dean Danger, schoolofthewest.world, for bringing this to my attention. God bless you, brother. And we're going to get on to the YouTuber, make just a couple comments on the YouTuber shot, because everybody is wrong, the content creators that I've seen talking about it. And then we'll get to the two main news items. Elon Musk appearing with Shapiro, and was it 8 rabbis? Were they all rabbis? You might want to know what he had to say. And there's, as I say, there's a huge lesson. And then, well, maybe just before that, actually, we will break down a video by a young black woman saying that the country needs white supremacy. So we'll break that down. It's going to be fun. That'll be funny. Let me go ahead and pull this up, and we will get ready to roll. Here's the sign, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what a couple of you all are saying. Panzerfaust says, love ya, no white girl. Much love back to you, Panzerfaust. Cool name. Cheers. Promethean cheers. Everything is more legitimate when you add Promethean. And if you don't know why, you need to know why. Kingdom of Vinland is here. How's everybody doing, by the way? One of Western Kind is here. So many champs. Machiavelli sucks. Red Dog. White Girl. Hello, hello. And let's see. J. Bishop. First Last. Finger Fredder. Lucky, sending them an X post right now. Appreciate some repost. Awesome, man. We'll repost. Ivan the Horrible is with us. There's the great brand Danger. Victorian Time Traveler is with us. Biospirit of the West Champion 555 Sirlots is here. Mrs. Jez Horse. Linda Hunter says, you should make a short about CRS for the sharing. Maybe. I made those under 10-minute videos, and they generated decent amount of comments under them, but as far as view count, it just never happened. It just never materialized, unfortunately. But maybe it could be spliced up by somebody making a clip of it. Spud is here. Spud Ruckus. Elaine, thanks for the update, Jason. You are welcome. What else do we have here? Who else do we have here? Remember, tag me as no white guilt. Samuski is here. Ooh, people back there saying Kuna instead of Orwell. Yeah, what do you get out of Orwell? Dump Orwell. Dump it. It's just a way to say, what? He said they were going to do that. Okay, now what? I don't know. Orwell didn't say how to fix it. Okay, well then stop. Lyle Cockatoo is here. Hello, young lady. Thank you for that news update on CRS. Charina is here. Hello and welcome. And so is Melissa. Hello. She says she's embroidering a canvas with no white guilt. And it says, quote, an obstacle is often a stepping stone. That is very cool. Embroidering a canvas with no white guilt. What are you doing with no white guilt today? The double meaning. We love it. Scott is here. Great to see you. Cool. Papa J Magic is with us. Crystal, hello, hello. Who else is here? We know the great Franklinator is here. You know, my genuine feeling just hitting me about Franklin right now. But there are some of you, it's totally true. So you could slip your name in there and it works as well. You know who you are. But I get the feeling like I could be on an actual field of conflict. Machine gun tracers going overhead, dead all around me. I'm all alone. I've got an M60. It's an American-made machine gun. God, it's a glorious weapon. Shooting back at the anti-whites who are across the field of conflict. And then all of a sudden, Franklin shows up. He's like, I got more ammo. And I'm like, how? No one is alive. No one is left. But Franklin is there. He's brought ammo, food, and his own firearm. I don't know how, but he has arrived in the nick of time. Who else do we have here? I'm pretty sure the scenario wouldn't matter for Franklin. I'm serious. Like, there's some of you who would be like, man, Jason, I would be right by you. If you were out there on the political stump, I would be right beside you. If you were out there arguing with a police officer, Jason, I would have your back. I would be right there. If you were arguing with a radical anti-white feminist, and she's got a purple hairdo and half of it's green as well, and was born a male, and she has a baby doll attached to a rope that's like an umbilical cord that's dragging on the ground behind her, I would be there to argue with that person right by your side, Jason. There are plenty of you who would do various things like this. I could be like in an actual fist fight with Satan, and Franklin would show up. I'm pretty positive. I'm pretty sure that Franklin would show up. I would be like, we would be having it out. Talk about the devil went down to Georgia. It'd be devil went down to Virginia. And I'd be having physical combat with Satan. And all of a sudden, Franklin would be there. Everything, like the terrain for miles and miles, would be nothing but scorched earth, foul, mephitic fume, poisonous, noxious fumes coming out of the earth. Satan just throwing just streams of fire all around as I dance around him with the agility of an elf from Lord of the Rings. And all of a sudden, Franklin's there. 555 says, I love Jason's Southern preacher style. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Could you imagine if I had stayed in the Southern Baptist churches that I started out at? Were few before I started looking elsewhere, because I found anti-whitism there. And those preachers were not nearly as fiery as they can be. They were, but they weren't nearly as fiery as they can be. One of these days, I should take a stroll down memory lane. We're going to get into this toys and tots. What did you think they did with this whites and tots? Did they do something wrong? Did they do something right? What's going on in Canada, the once great country of Canada that we created? Where does Canada exist, ladies and gentlemen? If you're going free, you immediately did this. That's where Canada exists. It ain't on a map. It's only on a map or a landmass where there are white people who say, this is Canada. When there aren't no white people there, or there aren't enough, it ain't Canada anymore. It ain't Kansas anymore. That'll be the new thing. Instead of saying it ain't Canada, it's not Canada. We're not in Canada anymore. Barb, we're not in Canada anymore. And she's like, yeah, you think there was a naked immigrant chasing a woman and beating her up? Kind of doesn't happen in our once great country of Canada. I should do like this. I should do this walk through memory lane of the different denominations and churches. I went to the Catholics as well, and I went to the Mormons as well. And it was quite a tale, I can tell you, about the differences. The differences are palpable. The problem was that anti-whitism had conquered it all, had laid waste to it all. Everywhere I went, the sins of anti-whitism were taught as come from the mouth of God, which is, of course, to be a Bible shyster. It was awful. So I said, apparently none of you people are in touch with God anymore. So I'm walking away. But I could tell you some things. Some of those places looked like Friday and Saturday night at the club, at the bar. Other places, most formal. Let's see. What else do we have here? God bless everybody who is new. Make sure you tag me. You write the @ symbol, no white guilt. I'll see what you have to say. I'll say hello to you. I will welcome you with open arms. The community is loving, and we will help you out. We will bring you to a new phase of your life in which you will enter a chrysalis, and then you will look back on the years prior, something akin to being in a coma, brain dead, a vegetative state underwater, and trying to sew baskets together. So what else do we have here? Tomb of Arminius. Tomb of Arminius. Yeah, Franklin would suddenly appear, and he would have like a bow. He would have a bow, and he would be like firing shot after shot after shot at the devil. Pearl Lady is here. Great to see you. So is Promethean Promulgation. Infinity Plus. Hey, Jason. Well, hello back to you. Thank you for being here. We're changing the world. Jimmy Bobby is here. That is a epic race car, Southerner race car name. Even if you live like in the Midwest, you'd still suddenly be a Southerner. Jimmy Bobby. Jimmy Bobby is on the track. Who has driven race cars? Anybody else? Referring to the post on Twitter, I don't have any other social media anymore other than Telegram. Going to get more job post accounts again soon, though. Very awesome. Thank you very much. Become active, folks. You got to implement the Go Free practice. Very easy. It's just a little bit of jargon you got to learn. In the beginning, a very little bit of jargon. You use that in the place of the concepts that the anti-whites have given you to use. You'll suddenly discover that you're able to think about things more clearly. You'll do this for a while, depending upon how dedicated you get. You might genuinely find yourself having deep changes, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Many people can attest to this. There's nothing mysterious about it. If you teach people that they're scum, that they come from evil people, that they don't have a people, but if they do, they are born with the seed of evil inside of them. When you teach people that, they hate themselves. Whether you're thinking about that constantly or not, you hate yourself. And when you begin to cure yourself of those ideas, when you begin to treat yourself of those ideas, you find yourself accessing more and more of latent abilities. It's very straightforward. And if you doubt it for a second, just imagine teaching non-white children that they don't have a people, they don't have a race, and that they're born of an evil people, they're born of an evil race that's stolen from everybody else. Do you think they would reach their full potential when they grow to adulthood? Do you think they might have some problems in their adolescence and adulthood? Of course they would. Very easy. And then you see, if this can do this for me, it can do it for others around us very easily. And you just share it, and you'll find that it's a curative contagion. People want to use the concepts because it works. And we've got an epic victory again that we're going to be sharing here in shortly, demonstrating how we have transformed the world where generations, literally generations of every other ideology, every other approach, religion as well, etc., have failed against anti-whiteism. If I find someone who needs anything I can't articulate, I'll let you know. Not to fight, but to help said people. Yes. Thank you so much for that finger, Fred. Her. Just got back from work. Did I do bad? I recognized the post. No, you didn't do bad. You're talking about the toys, moms and tots. Did you make that post? Is that what you're saying? Jimmy Bobby, did you make that post? Al Heindel is here. Hello and welcome. Melody Dawn brings the dawn. Elaine Sabatino is die cutting with her big shot machine with no white guilt. That's going to be the best die cutting you've ever done. Tag me. Just say no, says Jason. Have you seen the Kick the Can yet? I recognize, I didn't watch. It's a video. Kick the Can video. Is that right? Tag me again with your answer. Jimmy Poppy, please do the same. First Lad says, you think you're so smart? He's alluding to Cash App. We will be there, my brother. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. All right. We will turn now to the news. Okay, just so you know, says that is the video. I have not seen the video yet, but it's pretty good, huh? Jimmy Bobby says no, he didn't do the tots, moms and tots thing. He said he responded above. I was asking if I responded good or responded bad. I didn't see a bad from you. I haven't seen. So unless I'm not understanding what you're alluding to, you might be able to provide more info a little easier over on Entropy. Entropy, folks, the link is in the description. Lance Samilla is here. Just so you know, says it's extreme anti-whiteism. Oh, Jimmy Bobby's response, your response on Twitter to something. What was your response on Twitter to? Let's go ahead and we will wait for that to come in. And I will take a look at this story. Whites only, moms and tots. So, do you see a problem right off the bat with this sign? Signs advertising, whites only playgroup condemned as vile by Canadian mayor. How does a Canadian anti-white mayor talk? I guess he probably would turn A into X, maybe. Flyers allegedly spotted hanging around a Canadian town have received backlash for calling local parents and kids to join a, quote, whites-only playgroup. Now, I want you to think, as I'm reading here, just even that first paragraph, how this could have been worded in a white positive way, and therefore how this author would be responding. And then when Mary, who kept her father's name because girl power, and then tacked on her husband's name at the end there, and I'm curious, what happens when Mary's daughter gets married? Does she become Walrath Holdridge Smith? Or does she drop the Walrath? And boy, that's really disrespectful to girl power, isn't it? Because then you're giving up your mother's father's name. Girls. It doesn't matter how old they get. Girls. How would Mary be responding then if this were written in a white positive way? All right, Mission Democracy PAC. Oh my God. Kick the can. Oh my gosh. I can't watch that right now, but now I have it. Oh, it is 2 minutes long. Maybe we'll have a chance to look at it. Is there anything really like foul or in it? All right, let us turn back. Mary, anti-white, you Mary, you little Mary, you little anti-white, get in here. Take your little waddling ass and get in here. That's what we need to do to like really push back and really piss off anti-whites. We need to make, I can't wait until we're going to have enough money one of these days. We are. And I'm going to make the shorts, the video shorts that I want to make. They're not going to be like you see on regular YouTube. Boy, they're going to be fire. And it's going to be like how the office should function. If you're going to have Mary in there, you're like, Mary, come in here. And then you're like, Mary, you did this wrong. Do you know why? It's because you're a woman. And then then the boss is going to go right on her ass. Take your little ass back to your seat, Mary. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Posts about the signs began appearing on social media Sunday, saying they had been spotted in Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and other towns in the Metro Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. That's always sounded so official to me. I've never been to Canada, but for some reason I think British Columbia, Canada is very official. Photos show simple black and white posters, headlined with the words, quote, "whites only," which goes over so well in the anti-white narrative. Stuck to what appear to be public buildings. Some posts showed this. I don't know what just happened there. I became like a 1990s artificial intelligence, stuck to what appear to be public buildings. Have the AI on? They have. I don't even know why I'm asking. When you call like for your television, you call for your internet, you call for your plane tickets, you call for your train tickets, you call whatever it is, you're calling up. You got the wrong part for the tractor. You're like, hey, you call up, the AI answers, and it's now infinitely dumb. We used to complain. I mean, it still happens. You get shipped off to some call center somewhere else in the world to people who can barely speak English. Although often they're better at speaking English than people who barely speak English in English-speaking countries. I assume the same holds true for all the rest of our countries, German, French, Italian, etc. But you get this AI and they can't understand. You're like pressing one and you're like, it says, press 1 if you would like to speak to a representative. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm sorry. Press 1 for, and then you like throw the phone out the window. Photos, of course, they're simple black and white. The sign invites, quote, proud parents of European children, obviously a problematic as well European, to call us European, but okay. Children to join the group if they are, quote, looking for somewhere your children can play with others that look like them. Oh boy. And, quote, tired of being a minority, close quote, or looking to, quote, escape forced diversity, close quote, and give children the, quote, gift of time spent amongst their own people. Now, why did Mary choose to quote all of that? Because it was beneficial to anti-whites. So I don't know who wrote this, but their heart might be in the right place. If they're here, they can tell us about it. Their heart might be in the right place, or they might be white negative. Certainly stuck, and it's understandable because everybody is until you go free in the anti-white narrative. So let's go ahead. It says, whites only, moms and tots. So that's your first problem right there. Whites only. Where else does that term whites only, where else does it exist in your audience's mind? Don't say, well, the anti-whites are going, no. I'm asking you, your audience, your prospects, where else does this live in their minds? It lives in countless iterations in fiction of the evil of the white race, right? They don't ever show the whites only water fountain to say, look how nice white people were, that they built a water fountain for another race of people and gave them their own. No, they say, look how evil it was that white people didn't turn over their own water fountain, right? It's always the whites only occupies a place in our minds and lived experience, this of fiction that we've consumed, as something tainted with evil emotion, evil conclusions. You can imagine white children, your audience, now adults, they were white children, and they learned about how awful and evil this was, and they bled for it. They were like, oh my God, you evoke all of that in them when you bring that up. You're saying the spells that anti-whites have given you to control your mind, and therefore to control your destiny. Nobody has told this to you before because nobody has come along with an IQ as high as mine until now. And now what's happened is we have the Knights of the White Table with people with even higher IQs and better educations. So how do you like that? Everywhere else, you've had people whose IQ might have been elevated, some of them great readers. They can tell you all about what different philosophers said or different periods in history. They can tell you about the last 6 or 7 years in intimate detail about every this and that and jot and tittle. But that doesn't change things. That just keeps us chugging along in the same direction of our oblivion. Whites only. No, don't say that. Don't say to me, but they're allowed to do it, because I will literally reach through this camera. I will literally reach through this camera and I will bitch slap the shit out of you. How many times do you want it to happen? How many times is the only question. Some of you, I will be able to pick up off the ground with one hand and bitch slap the shit out of you. So you better think about this. Don't tell me, but they're allowed to do it. That's like one of the most obvious markers of a LARPer in the white sympathetic sphere is the complaint, but they're allowed to do it. But they're allowed. When I hear that, I see that dirty kid from like 4th grade or 3rd grade, and he's like picking his nose. He's like working at it. Jimmy does it though. You know, shut up. So whites only, moms and tots. Are you looking for somewhere your children can play with others that look like them? I get what you're trying to say there, but you have just trivialized race to nothing more than an appearance. I know what you like. If I'm intellectually being as fair as possible, and I'm assuming you're a white positive person, and then I'm here to help you understand this so you'll do better. I need you to do better. Okay? I don't ever have to know you. You don't ever have to tell anybody that I told you how to do better. I just need you to do better. You don't want to trivialize race by talking about it's an appearance thing. Race is not skin deep. It goes to the marrow and spirit of our being. It's biospiritual. No race is better than any other race. There's no cosmic measuring stick. Every race has an instinct, like every breed of animal. Breed and race interchangeable. And then that in a complex animal manifested in the world is culture. They're all different. None are better than any of the others. You want to know why white people, one of the main reasons white people do better in Western civilization? Because we created it. It's designed for us to do well in. So don't trivialize race. Are they tired of being a minority in their schools or daycare? I don't know what I would rewrite this whole thing. I wouldn't be using the word minority because what does that bring to mind? Non-white people. No use in telling me. Do you see how this works here? It takes a lot of intelligence. You have to be protean. You have to be able to address our situations in a way that you have extreme flexibility, that you can move here and strike there, etc. You can move here and swash there, because that's what we do, swashbuckling. Even I got to get better on my verbiage on that. I'm always, look how long I've been doing this, and I'm always endeavoring to do better. escape forced, and then diversity in quotes, that putting it in quotes is only going to affect the conscious mind. It doesn't affect the subconscious mind. Again, you're using one of their magic words, diversity. Don't use it. And join other proud parents. And what proud? I don't know necessarily, because then you are evoking, like, why do they have to be? Are they proud? You're associating that with white. You're bringing up things in the minds of your audience that are unnecessary and will undermine. And then parents of European children. No. Use your choices. And we've talked about this at length. We're not going to talk about it at length right now. But your choices are white, Western, Westmen, Western kind. Those are your choices. What's happened in the past got us to where we are today. We got to move forward. We are Westmen. Just like human, W-E-S-T-M-A or M-E-N. And that encapsulates females, children, and males. And use white otherwise, and we are Western kind. As we create an atmosphere in which our kids can feel like they belong. So that's kind of a good line. Yeah, yes, the children, you want them to feel like they belong. Invest in your child's sense of well-being. Okay, I like that. And racial identity. No, absolutely not. Do not talk about our people as though you are a observer of what's happening. This goes to this white weakness of believing that things are only legitimate for us if they're if we are viewing them in this objective, removed sense. No, everything is subjective for us from now on. So get at like this, like I hear, and it's hard for me to resist because it's so ubiquitous, but I do. But you hear white people talk about breeding. Could you, that is such an in your face and egregious use of language to cripple us. No, we mother, we father, we produce children. We are not livestock. And this observing our people and our well-being as a removed outsider perpetuates that selfish individualism and lack of an identity as a people. You don't want to use racial identity. By giving them the gift of time spent amongst their own people because they deserve it. Okay. And then there's like a QR code down there. They probably cut that off, which of course they would. So this could have been written in a white positive way. Maybe it's a white positive person and they thought, well, you know what, I don't need Go Free, or maybe the brand new, and they went forward with this. And they'll know better in the future. But if you want to be able to have moms and tots for the children of Western kind, then you're not going to be able to do this. And I don't know, or write it like this. And I don't even know about where it was posted and if that would be useful. Some of this makes me conclude that it's not written by an anti-white, but written by a sincere person, whether they're white sympathetic or white positive. But this can be written differently. So let's finish this up and we're going to get on to some more visceral conversation. Below the text is a QR. So by the way, the QR code, you want to put in the verbiage of what you do, the cure. You provide a website for more, but your opportunity to speak to this or that prospect may be this moment in all of their lives. You don't get another chance. So you've got to give them something of value to walk away with. Does that make sense? Awesome. That's like what our meme lords and ladies do. Below the text is a QR code linked to a Telegram account and an email address. I looked for that Telegram account. It doesn't exist, at least when I looked for it. It says here, has since been deleted. Though pictures alleging to be screenshots from the chat still exist. The email address has a Proton Mail, a service generally used by those concerned with keeping their identities private. Whoa. Like, why would anybody want that? Only criminals want to be private, as is also the case with the messaging app Telegram. USA Today reached out at the email address provided, but did not receive a response. City response, the mayor of Port Coquitlam, Brad West, not a man of the West, I'm guessing. Brad West called the signs vile garbage. He said, vile garbage, eh? In a statement saying they aren't welcome in the community. As soon as it was brought to my anti-white attention, bylaw officers immediately searched the area. Officers? What is that? And all bus stops. Could you imagine? This is how insane with anti-whiteism. What are the anti-whites? I've mentioned this before. As we have more and more anti-whites in office, in nodes of power, you're going to have a situation where good white people and good non-white people, in other words, white people who are not even good, just even neutral. So white people who are not anti-white and non-white people who are not anti-white are going to be in positions where they have to implement the anti-white narrative, especially neutral or good non-white people, because with their race, they'll easily be able to escape the scrutiny and victimization. So where they're in like one of these S&P 100 companies and all of the rest of the companies in the West, and they say to themselves, I'd like to hire that white guy, but if I do, all of my peers are going to wonder why I'm not giving obeisance, yielding obeisance to anti-whiteism. And then I might get in trouble for it. And so since I'm a non-white person, I might as well just go ahead and roll with the anti-white decision because I'm living in a house because of anti-whiteism. This is how an anti-white pays back and it's not actually about a compensation or remuneration, to be more precise. It's about paying homage to a what is perceived by people as like a spiritual force to keep the benefits coming. That's what it is. So when you get your job, when you get into the university because of anti-whiteism, you know it. When you get your job because of anti-whiteism, you know it. When you have the nicer house because of anti-whiteism, you know. That's why you have the nicer house. When you get the sex partners that you wouldn't have had because of anti-whiteism, you know it was anti-whiteism. When you have that Porsche 911 in the driveway, you know you got it because of anti-whiteism. And so there is this like psycho-spiritual need, desire in anti-whites to continue to placate this demonic deity of anti-whiteism. It's got to keep this going because it's how I got it all. And if I interfere with it, then maybe this ends. Maybe the nice house with those shutters that are just those, like, what do they call those really nice plantation shutters? I got the plantation shutters. No way I would have been able to afford those if it weren't for this job that I got because they were discriminating against white males and increasingly white females. What if I lose that? But then also, what if I do the thing that's not anti-white? What if I hire the person that is white, the white male, and then all these people turn on me? Right now, I'm a non-white person. Things are good. Why would I put up with that? That's what's going to go through the minds of neutral and good non-white people at every university and of every place of work. And to the same degree, it will go through the minds of white people who are neutral or good white people, but they're not going to be able to have as much of that safety. They're going to have to go even further to demonstrate their anti-whiteism. Even if they're not, they're going to be villainy signaling like crazy because they know that the target of anti-whiteism is Western kind. And as long as they can't change their physical makeup from marrow, spirit, all the way through, they're going to have to be signaling. Whereas non-white people will just have to be and not do anything that doesn't contradict anti-whiteism. That's the world we're coming to. It's everywhere. It already exists and getting worse by the day. So the remedy, the sooner it happens, the better it will be. The sooner it happens, the type of conflict that it will be, and at various levels of society and in various ways, the conflict is on a spectrum, will be better. Trust me. The longer it takes, the more, I'll just say, different at various levels and to various degrees on the spectrum of conflict, the more it will be different than better. So he says, as soon as so can you believe this? You could put anything else you could put anything else up in Canada about any other racial group, religious group, anything you want. I mean, in this, and we're talking about it in a minute, in this struggle session or this anti-white session that Musk had to go through, one of these Jews, I mean, a couple of them said things that were so offensive to me. I can't even, one of them though, oh boy. And they can say these things out in public. They could say those things out on signs in Canada and not a damn thing. So how do you deal with this Brad? Could you imagine your mayor is Brad? Brad said so. As soon as it was brought to Brad's attention, he unleashed bylaw officers to immediately search the areas. White people who aren't anti-white or aren't anti-white enough. But no signs were present, perhaps being removed by someone else. Adding, the residents are encouraged to report any other signs to the authorities. You know how many times I've been in conferences, meetings, one-on-one conversations on the phone in person with white sympathetic people who take something like this and then they say, you see, Jace? I mean, decades ago, having the conversation, still having the conversation because people are so dumb. Jason, can't be done. Do you see that? They just released the police. I know a way it can be done. Nope. Can't be done. They just released the police. The city of Port Coquitlam condemns this in the strongest terms, said Brad, and promotes an environment without hate. So the love for our own people is what anti-whites call hate. What does that tell you about their objective? What does that tell you about their plans for white people? If this is what was being communicated to our brothers and sisters 5 decades ago, rather than hating on Jewish people because of the way they're born, or blacks because of their way they're born, or whatever because of the way they're born, well, we wouldn't be having to deal with this today. We would all have wonderful partners if you wanted a partner in your life, and be living good, be traveling, be making memories with our family instead of suffering endless persecution. That's what should have been communicated. Somebody should have listened. Somebody should have figured it out before me, and then drawn the community around them as we have done here. And then, if not that, listened to me and Team White Wellbeing. A statement by the city said the incident was originally reported by a resident who spotted one of the posters at a bus station. A file has been opened. Look at your file, you anti-white motherfucker. Total scum. What are you going to do, Brad? What are you going to do, Brad? I think you're a piece of shit. What are you going to do, Brad? Why don't you come to Washington, D.C. on a little trip? We'll have a talk, Brad, you and me, and I'll teach you about white well-being. And if you walk away still saying that love for white people and therefore for everybody in Western civilization is a bad thing, then we'll know you for the cloven-hoofed, leather-winged bastard that you are, Brad. No balls from top to bottom, ladies and gentlemen, in our civilization. No balls. No balls. Ballless. There was a YouTuber shot. I don't know if you know about this. Have you seen the clip? Y'all want to see? I can show you part of this clip because it's on Fox and they stop it at the actual gunshot. It's not like some terrible thing. You hear a bang and the guy steps off of frame and you can't see him anymore. But, the ear is against the door at YouTube, which, by the way, deleting like crazy. Every time I get closer to that next level of subs, big deleting. But that's okay because X is not to be outdone. We'll talk some about X. Remind me later. But let's go ahead and bring this up. Share the screen. Here we go. After this, we're talking about Musk and the anti-white tribunal that he was hauled before and quasi anti-white tribunal. And also, of course, this video of this black female saying that we need white supremacy. Jury acquits delivery driver of main charge in Dulles Town Center. This is right beside, down the road from the airport, Dulles Airport, not Reagan. Shooting of YouTube prankster, Leesburg, Virginia. A jury on Thursday found a delivery driver not guilty in the shooting of a YouTube prankster who followed him around a mall food court earlier this year. Alan Colley, 31, was acquitted of aggravated malicious wounding in the shooting of Tanner Cook, 21, who runs the Classified Goons YouTube channel. The jury was split, though, on the two lesser firearm counts and decided to convict him on one and acquit him on the other. On April 2nd, the April 2nd shooting at the food court in Dulles Town Center, about 45 minutes west of the nation's capital, set off panic as shoppers fled. They feared a mass shooting in the mall. Colley pleaded not guilty and said he was acting in self-defense. The verdict came. I have a feeling that, I don't know what he talks like, but I have a feeling it's something like, I'm not guilty. Acted in self-defense. The verdict came Thursday. You'll know why. That's why I said he talks like that. He's a neckbeard, and everybody's what is the deal? The verdict came Thursday. About 5 hours of deliberation. Okay, yada, yada. Jury deliberated. So ultimately, just to dump through this, the jury came to an ignorant conclusion, which, what a surprise, that he's guilty of discharging a firearm in a public space. And though he's not guilty of malicious wounding because he was defending himself against Cook was the other guy's name. So here's where you have to be an adult. But first, we'll watch this. Let's get to the actual.
In the video, Colley tries walking away. Cook appears to follow. Then the lone shot rings out. Here's the full video.
What? He did quit thinking about my twinkle.
What's that mean?
He did quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
He did quit thinking about my
Get out of my business while cops on us up.
He quit thinking about my twinkle.
So they stopped it there so you didn't actually see the shot, and which would not be acceptable. But they left the sound in. So you see this guy here, Colley. Well, first of all, Cook is a dipshit. the YouTube prankers are the people who are going out messing with people in public. It's ignorant, and they need to stop this because they're going to have stuff like this happen, and it's not going to be a low caliber firearm. It's going to be something that can kill. It's going to be something that'll like blow the spine out of the back of the person. So this was a little like pea shooter, and so Cook was able to recover, no problem, even though he's 6'5", and he falls down or takes a step back. I guess he trips trying to get away. But essentially what happened was Cook does these ignorant pranks. I don't know anything about him, just this story. He showed up and walks up to this low IQ looking collie guy and has this app, this Google app for translating. And I guess the joke was, you saw that second guy step up. I guess the joke was going to be that this guy that stepped up was a foreign speaker, and he was saying this to this person in the mall about, like, don't think about his, I don't know, his unit, but he was calling it something different. Like, you know, like, hey, jerk, don't think about my unit or something like that. And this guy is low IQ. Collie is clearly low IQ. There was no threat to his life. There was no reason for him to pull the trigger on this person. And so everybody out there that's like, whoa, like, you have all these conservatives. It's like, how brainless are so many of them? They have no, it's just like, oh, you're going the opposite direction. It's like they hear about a forest getting mowed down so that a shopping center can go up. And because they like because they worship the God economy, they're like, yeah, mow it down, mow down the whole forest and the trees and the beavers and just mow them all down. And it's like, are you kidding? What is wrong with you? We should be conservative folks out there. Stop following these conservative content creators that tell you dumb shit like this. There's no nuance because there's no IQ. This Cook guy is a total dipshit. And if anything, this walking up and putting this phone in your face, and the guy colleague totally is in his right to slap the phone away and to just walk away from it. I would say probably keeping his eyes on this guy because his face is like expressionless. I would keep my eyes on him. I would slap the phone away, and then I would keep my eyes on him and just walk away, even armed. And I may or may not be always armed. But the worst thing that what this Cook guy and the other guy and the cameraman were doing warranted, if Collie was afraid, was to brandish the firearm. Take it out. He fired one shot. And to me, that means he was using that firearm as get away from me. If he feared for his life, in almost even police shootings, you find what people will fire multiple rounds, even unload the firearm into the thing they're afraid of. He waves out this firearm, boom, and just keeps walking. Get away from me. I told you to get away, and since you didn't get away, you deserve to be shot. This is the kind of shooting where people who support the right for self-defense should say, take his firearms away from him. He does not deserve to carry a firearm. This is a perfect example of what the anti-whites claim in the anti-white narrative happens, a real-world example, with their anti-white narrative in their fiction, that they'll just be shootings everywhere over nothing. That's what happened here. So, message to the conservative content creators out there, screw your head on. If you can't think straight, then get somebody else to do your thinking for you. Nothing. It was not warranted here in the least bit. Cook is a jackass. And the pranksters, they get what is coming to them in proportion to what they're doing. You know, if one, like in the UK, they run over and they like grab someone's dog and run off with it. Hey, if somebody were to beat the living shit out of somebody stealing somebody's dog, that would be proportional. Potentially murdering them? No. So this is, to me, is, I mean, look at this guy who did the shooting. Look at this. Do you really think this guy has it all going on? He's got a king carpet on his chest. He got a neck beard. Look at this guy. He did the right thing. He did the right thing. Hey, when somebody won't walk away from you, yeah, you can shoot them. No. This was the act of a coward. This was the act of a very low IQ'd, probably on drugs, food delivery guy. And that's the end of that. Always dealing with this stuff. Nobody gets anything right except for this community. What do y'all want to do first? I think we should do Musk first because that's going to be shorter. Then we'll get into this video about the black girl as we are heading toward the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast. And it is a glorious hour. Did y'all see Elon Musk and what happened with him in his Twitter space? Why is it that the richest man in the world can have a Twitter space that is not absolutely fraught with malfunctions? I've been streaming for years and years and years. Musk, hire me. I will make sure your Twitter spaces go off without fail, and we won't have problems anymore. We are having a problem of finding my pen. I will use this pen, and I will name him Hero. Okay. So how did this all begin? Maybe you all saw where it started. With a young, skinny Irishman by the name of Keith Woods. And he started, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he started this ban the ADL hashtag in error because it was focused on Jewish presence in media. Now, am I wrong about that with Keith? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Were his criticisms of a Jewish presence, is that something that is being attributed to him and not true? Or was it specifically the ADL as an organizational entity? Either way, by not clarifying with the hashtag what it was about, it left it open to J-Spurgs, which one would conclude, certainly smart Jewish people would conclude, was intended to get J-Spurgs to turn it into a conversation about Jewish people and their presence in media, social media, academia, etc. And so the hashtag made it out in the world. And how did we interact with it in the white positive sphere? Well, we, of course, pointed out the ADL is a radical anti-white organization. I don't care. I honestly don't care that the ADL calls themselves a Jewish organization and how the ADL came into being. Don't care. I don't care about any of the Jewishness of the ADL. All that I care about in my story is whether or not the ADL is anti-white. I'm not going to give them any more value or time in my story than whether or not they are anti-white. There are Jewish people, certainly not all Jews, but there are a percentage of Jews that view the world as Jews and everybody else. And they refer to, and some of those, a percentage of that number, refer to the everybody else in derogatory terms. I don't care. I couldn't care less. I'm not concerned with their telling of world history. I'm not concerned with how they see things. All I'm concerned with is whether or not they're anti-white. ADL is anti-white. And so I condemned ADL on the basis of being anti-white and their anti-white influence. And of course, everyone knows, or they should know, that the source of ADL money, in a large part, is scaring, mostly by far and large, Jewish people into financially gifting them with the endless claims that there are rogue Nazi armies hiding under every Jewish bed, waiting to jump out and grab them. My opinion, of course. But that's how it got started. Ban the ADL. And of course, the J-Spurgs did their thing. They took over and they turned it into a conversation. In fact, they outright say, we wanted this to be a conversation. We want it to be a conversation about Jewish people and the influence of Jewish people in social media, academia, government, etc. There are enormous pitfalls, enormous errors that undermine you if you are concerned with the well-being of white people. Now, the vast majority of J-Spurgs are not concerned for the well-being of white people. We have just demonstrated that. They're concerned with bad-mouthing Jews. That's all they do, is badmouth. That's all they could ever do. They make grandiose claims about people who will be able to do more than just badmouth Jews. And the more is to take away what they've earned, take away what they've claimed that they've stolen, to throw them out of countries. Some of them will even talk about other forms of violence, but make no mistake, those are forms of violence. And so is convincing the totality of the population. It's a form of violence to convince the population that Jewish people are responsible for all the ills in the world. And they'll say these outrageous claims like Kanye West is untouchable. He's undefeatable. With those $2 billion plus, they won't be able to do anything to him. He's got FU money. And then, exactly as we said here, Kanye West was brought low. We created Ye's law, naming them ruins you. And then that is the reality. And there are reasons for that J-Spurgs can't even begin to understand or appreciate or care about, because their intent is not white well-being, it's to badmouth Jews. So their defeat, Kanye West's defeat, and yes, even Elon Musk's defeat, was in the cards from the very beginning. As we say in sports, from the jump. The defeat was in the cards. Because cards, as you lay out the battlefield, if you will, this is the battlefield of the mind. If you have, by your own volition, created ramparts for your opposition, whoever they may be, hills, natural obstacles, etc., to use the metaphor of an actual battlefield, and left yourself exposed and open to enemy fire, you cannot win. It does not matter how unfair. It doesn't matter how overrepresented or whatever you want to say. And we just saw Charlie Kirk and that just pompous as all hell. What's that guy's name? I can't even if I can remember his name. Maybe I'm intentionally not remember his name to take him down a notch or two. Pompous old SOB with him. And some guy went in there, a Fuentesian, went in there and said, when are you going to embrace Fuentes? And Kirk should reach out to me. She responded in a totally incorrect way to this guy. A totally incorrect way. Because it's all within the anti-white narrative. I will help you free. I will help Musk free. Reach out to me. So the big lesson, what's the big lesson? It's an MC that we've said more than a time or two. Does anybody know the big lesson about Musk and this quasi anti-white tribunal struggle session that he went through? In a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. You might as well call this the Musk rule at this point. Because Elon Musk, with a wealth of 250 to 300 billion and growing, unstoppable, economic champion, richest man of countable dollars on planet Earth that there has ever been, was brought to heel. Brought to heel by the ADL and its allies. You have the president of Israel says he wants to meet with Musk and does, and the ADL rallies advertisers to turn their backs on the richest man and increasingly gaining ground. And what does Musk have? Musk. Elon has Elon because in the losing tradition of white people, the idea that one man will stand alone, the lion will take on the jackals. The jackals win, friends. They always have. Because it's never, in every one of these metaphors where these people talk about the lion and the jackals, there's always like 7 or 10 or 15 jackals. The real world is one lion, tens of thousands of jackals. Some of them bigger, some of them lesser, and they eat the lion alive. And so a lion of technology, a lion of science, a lion of industry, a lion of economy, a lion, a physical lion, the man is tall, has been brought low with ease. So maybe some of these people could have been forgiven when Kanye West of 2 billion and obviously a retarded low IQ individual was in 2 weeks' time ruined, brought down below $500 million in worth in 2 weeks and plummeting, everybody abandoning him, everything else. You could maybe be forgiven thinking, well, Musk is a genius and he's got 250 to 300 billion. And so he will never find himself in a struggle session on his own platform that he paid how many billions for and will be paying for a very long time, forever, where he says that he wishes he were Jewish, where he calls himself aspirationally Jewish. Did you know this? The video is, or the Twitter space is still up for you to watch. Listen to, that is. Be ready for the pain of it. I had a very difficult time. I had to jump around a little bit. There might even be more there that I missed because number one, there were technical errors. Number two, I cannot stand Shapiro's voice. He makes me want to repeatedly harm myself. I just can't do it, or at least my hearing. Maybe even the entire olfactory system and where the signals are sent in my brain, all of it. I want to yank it out when I hear him talk. But I'm sure he's a great person. And Musk talking is even worse than Shapiro. Maybe it was because he was in this sort of a struggle session, anti-white tribunal of some sense or degree, but his stuttering and his inability to form sentences was heightened and very painful. And then finally, the hubris, of course, Jews would say the chutzpah of the claims that they made. One of these, a rabbi for sure, said that Jews and rabbis specifically represent the greatest store of human wisdom on planet Earth. And then he also said that Jews and rabbis, Judaism, and the Jewish people are I don't know if he used the word source, but he intimated source and used the word backbone of Western civilization. So the offense that this guy gave me to the heavens. To the heavens. Musk also said that he believes his family name, his surname, has in whole or in part, I don't remember exactly, Jewish origins, he said that more than half of his friends are Jews. And that's a stretch. I believe him. I don't doubt him. Could you imagine how many Jews are in America? And he has gone out of his way to make sure that more than half of them half of all his friends are Jews. Or maybe that's not quite true. Maybe he has like a third of his friends are Jews, maybe even 20%. But he was in such capitulation that he trying to befriend a faction of Judaism, or not, rather the Jewish community, the Jewish ethno community, because these particular Jews are at odds with the faction or part of the community represented by the ADL and other entities behind and beside the ADL. So maybe he's just in such capitulation. He's like, please help me. Please get them to leave me alone. Please call them off. Back to that metaphor of the lion and the jackals. Please, some of you jackals, help me against the other jackals. Do you all already see what I'm not saying that Elon would have won with? He said he went to Hebrew preschool and he has the highest esteem for Jewish people, the highest. So that means he esteems others less. So in a way, I felt embarrassed and sad for him. Could you imagine? Embarrassed and sad for a guy whose wealth is $250 to $300 billion. But as he on that call stuttered in front of these facile speaking individuals, seemed sad. He seemed like he was a lion with his guts hanging out and no more roaring out of him, just begging. Flippant, facile, unctuous. And there he was, stuttering his ass off. What would have saved Elon? Community. Being a member of Western kind. With his wealth and his stature, his endorsement of white positivity would engender, and thereby with the use of our tools, would engender a white identity that would bring the community of Western kind to his aid in ways that he could imagine, but more importantly, in countless ways that he could never imagine or never see. Just like happens with the Jewish community, a certain percentage of them, not all of them, of course, because not all white people would identify as a member of Western kind and part of our community. But some would. And the more we push white well-being, white positivity, the more of us that we can get seeing ourselves and our well-being as a cause or result of the well-being of our people, the more we build that community and the stronger we become. So let this be a lesson. Everybody else right now, really focus on this. Everybody else right now is focused on and talking about the power of the Jews, they say. The power and how unfair it is. It's so unfair. Does that do you any good? I don't care if it's true or not. I'm not bothering with that because it's useless. It's not useful to me in achieving white well-being. Saying it's unfair, complaining about Jews working together, complaining about some Jews having a different objective for their people within a country or whatever their complaints are, doesn't do you or us in our effort to get to white well-being any good whatsoever. It's just complaining. It's just belly aching. You can't do anything about it. You can't even, you're not present for it. And no billionaires, even the richest and smartest that we will ever know of, can do anything in the face of that group action born out of a shared identity. Musk knows, and what he is seeing in his business is that there are Jewish people out there, not all of them, that believe and hold opinions similar or identical to the ADL, and that are and will come to the aid of the ADL in their belief that they are doing this for the Jewish people and therefore for their own well-being. The lesson here is in that meme curative, that in a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. The lesson here is that even the most powerful and the most intelligent individual that could hire as many people as he wants to in the world can be taken down with ease by group action. And it's not, and think about it, it's not even the totality of the Jewish people. It's a whatever percentage of the Jewish people that right now are demanding censorship on criticism that it seems in my reading is of anything that is Jewish. Now, I might be wrong, but that's what it appears to me. Big lesson to learn, and that this community is going to walk away with the value of what happened there, and everybody else isn't. Everybody else is going to walk away doing the exact same pernicious habits and keeping the exact same injurious thoughts. And they are going to immediately go right back to those same behaviors. And people talk about that, the evidence of madness. Talk about madness to see that your ideas and your efforts put into the perfection that one could imagine them in the field of conflict. Here, ideas, society, economy, etc., fail. And you go back to that strategy. Imagine the madness and stupidity and how juvenile these people actually are. That these content creators have usurped control of people's minds that could be doing something effective for white well-being if they actually cared about it, if they're not just selfish, individualistic Jew haters. Because in most cases, that's what they are. They just are jealous about the fact that Jews have a people, and it's understandable to be jealous about that. It's understandable to look at other groups of man and say, I wish my community came together and supported each other and gave each other jobs and would do business with each other every opportunity they got. I'm not saying that's what Jews are doing. I'm saying that's the perception. It may well be true, but the ear is against the door. But it's understandable that you go out into the world as this individual and you suck. And you see other groups acting as united groups and their individual members are doing well. Imagine what it felt like for me growing up in Northern Virginia, where I had friends, good kids, my peers, who came from other parts of the world, different races, different religions, and they would talk about right in front of me because it wasn't verboten. It wasn't like it was just, hey, this is what happens in America. They would talk right in front of me about how their relatives were getting jobs for more of their people and that how they would be hooked up by their people. And then I could see how, and they would be moving. They would say, we're really going after this industry.
our people are really going after this economic or that economic industry. And I would say, oh, it's okay. I see that happening. Yeah. Good for you. You're definitely going to end up with a good job. You're definitely going to end up with a good life. And I could see how their parents and the focus on education to various degrees, how that benefited the kids, that sort of healthy pressure, and how that was absent in the white race. So I understand. But we are the people who have to change it all. So, Musk, if you hear about this, if you find out that we were talking about this, I will help you out free. I will answer your questions about how you should talk about these things. Whoever's telling you how to talk about this is a fool. And at bottom, they could even be bright, but they're trapped in the anti-white narrative. This is what I do. All right? I will tell you exactly how to handle this. I will tell you how to engender a community that will push back on your behalf, not for some abstraction like this is for free speech. This is for, like, you listen to this. If you listen to this Twitter space, we're going to get onto this black girl in just a moment because there are big lessons here too. Big lessons to take away today. But you hear him sounding just like every other conservative, where they try in various arguments, various iterations of this is about free speech. In America, we have this sort of norm of allowing people's ideas to look bad. That's just a way to say we believe in free speech. That is an abstraction. Nobody's going to come to your aid. They will say they support that. They will say that they endorse that. But nobody is going to go out and feel that they have to help you for their individual well-being. So reach out to me and we'll make it happen. What about this black girl, folks? Have a listen.
In the morning, and I'm going to post this video on Twitter, and if you get to see it, you're lucky, because I'm probably going to delete it really fast because it's really racist.
Have you seen this black girl? Do you know who she is? Who is this black girl? Interesting. Here, we just have a little tech thing and I'm fixing it. All right. Apology. But it will be fixed in moments. All right. Very good. Fixed. The white man is at work. All right. Is anybody Wing of Production? Remind everyone, Ford and Lindbergh, they still trash them. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Could you imagine Musk empowered by me and the Go Free community? Imagine that. Imagine us coming to his aid. He would seriously be able to raise in total moral glorious fashion and intent and substance of people around him. But you're not going to have that happen with an appeal to freedom of speech or our norms. You know, Elon, they hate our norms. They're at war with our norms. You went and looked at the border. They're at war with everything we create. There's no hope in the route you're taking. And of course, we see that you have failed.
All right. Let me close these so I can see what we're doing. All right. Anybody know this woman? Promethean Promulgation. They were struggling financially after getting fired continually and still are even after quitting. All right. So I've got to see what you're talking about here. Lance Miller, follow Biospirit of the West or No White Guilt clips, and you'll find the rest of us. Awesome. Thank you for that, for Ranklinator. Vase of Flowers is here. Great to see you. Nancy Drew, hello, and great to see you. Buscape is with us. LG, hello, sister, and welcome. Musk ignores the suffering of our people in his homeland of South Africa. He does. I mean, how do you... that would be one of the ways, by the way, that I would tell him to create a people out of the deracinated white race, would be to highlight our suffering as a people, to talk about that, to talk about us as a globe. Could you imagine Musk talking about us as a global people, a single people with many countries, and talk about our suffering in his birth home of South Africa? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if he said his heart breaks every day for the atrocities committed against our people? Oh my God. We would go from zero to faster than anything electric he could ever build in a millionth of a second. All right, there's the great Brad C. Democrat Poop City is with us. Invisible Dissident is here. Jody is here. Hello. Hello. I've been doing outreach on this his thought crime Rumble streams. Franklin says, whose stream is that, brother? Tomb of Arminius. There's Yiz, the Unifier. Great to see you, sister. And you're gonna get a quite a lesson here. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be. Did I say hello to Jessica before? Hello, Jessica's here, and she said, "True, true, true." Something was true. Thank you. It was probably something I said because I am limitless. Studio Dino Storm is with us. Great to see you, champ. Southern Bloom. Hello to you, Southern Bloom. Save Western civilization now has entered the fray. The champions are here. Linda said, I wish you would embiggen. It must have been the previous article. But if I embiggen the article, then I would shrink in me. And not even the cold can shrink in me. No, that's not true. I mean, when it's really cold. When it's really cold, there is a physiological response. Elect, is that from France? Who is that? Pants is here. Great to see you. All right. Lockie says, Brad. Yeah. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. It's a stream with Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Blake, and Tyler. I don't recognize those, but cool, man. Franklin's everywhere. I'm pretty sure there are 20 Franklins. The man is ever at work for white well-being. What a champ. Skype is where I sent you the screenshots. Thank you, Jimmy Bobby. I sent you 2 screenshots of the response. I also jump in replying to comments. I do practice, but always encourage anyone in the OT to call me if I do ever get out of line. Well, that's how we're supposed to be. We're learning. We're always progressing. And here's the thing, is that anti-whiteism is, we understand, like all things in human dynamism, not static. And so it's always changing. That means we have to be ahead. And so it's just always progressing, always improving. That's the attitude you have to have. Thank you. Pearl Lady, hello to you. I think Musk knows the truth, but he is too much of a coward to speak out. Well, it doesn't matter, Pearl Lady. When you say the truth, I don't know what you're saying is the truth. The bottom line is that he is unable to contend with the ADL and its allies. He knows it. He's suffering. He's hurting because of it. And there are other discussions about the context and how the ADL is able to be effective because of the context. And what we do, by the way, is change the context, the societal conversation, which does what to the efficaciousness of the kinds of activities that the ADL engage in. Boy, it's kind of like, wow, Jason has really been like thought all through this. It just happens, folks. It just happens. So whatever Musk believes is the truth, whatever he believes, if he were to come out today, let's say, for example, that Musk believed that all the negative things that are said about Jewish people were true, and and it holds true for all Jewish people. What would happen to Musk if he said that? Done. He would be, and he knows it. That's why he's capitulating now. Why would he be done? Does anybody know? Because Jay Spurgs will say, oh, that's because what we say is true. No, it's because you're retarded or retardis. It's because you're a retardis. You take a group of people, a percentage of whom conclude that their individual well-being is maintained through their people's well-being. Their people don't need to be up to anything nefarious. You can imagine an environment where they're not doing they're all angels, not a single nefarious thing. And if you said that whole people is evil, they're behind all the rapes, all the murder, all the undermining, every single one of them that concluded that their individual well-being was achieved by way of their group's well-being would destroy you. So it does not prove that Jewish people are evil or behind all of the evil, or they're all behind it when they come to their own defense. Right? I mean, how many of you have a brother that loves you? I'll ask the guys out there. How many of you have a brother that loves you, that if a woman that you went out on a date with to the movies, and in the middle of the day, and you met her at the movies, and then you left separate ways at the movies, claimed that you raped her to all of your friends and family, would your brother come to your defense or not? So, and that is not even the brother's well-being. That is his concern for you. You are instigating an entire group of people's sense of safety when you make claims like this. You would be destroyed. And now, on top of that, you have far more layers, the layers of an onion. Anti-whitism and its effects on white people, and how it causes white people to capitulate. It causes white people to villainy signal. The effects of anti-whitism on non-white races and how that motivates, etc. They would take his companies away from him in 2 seconds. And he knows it. He's smart enough to know it. Jay Spurgs are just wrong from beginning to end. There's nothing that they are, and the reality is, if a Jay Spurg wants to actually do something about Jewish people who are anti-white, they have to immediately stop bellyaching about Jews and start going free. Immediately. If they care at all about Jewish people who are anti-white, who are just obviously anti-white in the world, and they want to do something about that, they have to immediately stop their J-spurging, no more bellyaching about Jews, and they have to go free right away. There is no other way. How many times, how many different ways do I have to communicate this? to the world. Not to you, but to everybody else. Not to you, Pearl Label Lady, but Pear Lady. I'm sorry, but everybody else. I posted it in the Twitter chat. Said Promethean promulgation. And then we have, after I get through with the news, then we'll take a look at Lockie's Twitter thing and the other issues. All right. Black lady. Here's going to be the funny thing. I don't know what her IQ is, but let's say whatever average is, and I don't know what the average is, but she's going to be a little bit higher than that. She's going to be to the right side of that because she can see and articulate, even though she makes some pretty big errors in the articulation. The funny thing is that there are going to be white people, especially J-Spurgs and Nazi LARPers, that are going to hear what she has to say, and they're going to say she's right for the reasons that she actually articulates, which internally makes me laugh. It makes me laugh pretty hard because what's it say about their IQ? Let's listen to what this woman has to say. Have at it.
On Twitter, and if you get to see it, you're lucky because I'm probably going to delete it really fast because it's really racist, but I want to get the shit out of my chest.
So she said what she's about to say is really racist. So obviously, and you can't expect otherwise, no fault of her own, trapped in the anti-white narrative, using the anti-white slur and concept, racist, which is going to undermine the positions that she is about to articulate. But never mind that. She's going to make some pretty big errors. You'll see if you are going free through, and that is a great opportunity to evolve, to grow, to edify as you see what she is saying and interpret it correctly.
Because I can't take it no more. But I need white people to really start being white supremacists again. I need you guys to tap.
Okay. Don't, okay, it's funny. The beeping in the background of the smoke detector. Get it out, get it out of your system. Yes, it's that beeping is her smoke detector. I don't know what the deal is, but yes, the smoke detector is beeping. So what she just said is she needs white people to be white supremacists.
White people to really start being white supremacists again.
Be white supremacists again. We were never white supremacists. That is a fictional character in the anti-white narrative. Loving who you are, building to protect your people, your way, your customs in conflicts with other people and the natural environment and everything. And then mastery over those things to secure your well-being. That's not white supremacy. That's just doing what every animal does on planet Earth. So what is she actually saying, though, when she says she needs white people to be white supremacists again? It's spectacular what she is seeing, because everybody is seeing, every midwit out there is seeing the reality. And this tells you that the ground is fertile for white positive people to come along and change everything in a relative time span overnight.
I need you guys to tap into that shit and do it again, please, because this country is out of control.
Country is out of control. So she sees that the problems in the country are a consequence of what is anti-whiteism. She doesn't know to call it that, but she knows it's that which is anti-white. That which is white erasure is the problem. The country's out of control. I need white people to reassert themselves again. What did Jason tell you about non-white people? There would be good non-white people who would side with us, and even neutral non-white people who were just worried about themselves. And this girl, she sounds like it's totally natural. I don't hold it against her to be concerned about herself and her future in a America that is increasingly anti-white, increasingly white erased. She's concerned about that. non-white people will join us, as they have and are, in service to white well-being, because number one, they might be moral and they might say, this is really awful what you do to white people, condemning them as evil, teaching their children to hate themselves. That is immoral. They might be concerned about themselves, like this woman seems here, or they might be both. I don't care. I just want them to side with us for white well-being because it's going to benefit them. So what does this lesson also teach you? Proof from the actual tapestry of the anti-white narrative about everything I teach. She's coming out of the tapestry to prove numerous things about everything I teach. Collateral damage. She even sees that the victimization of white people. How do you know it's the victimization of white people? Because she's saying you have to make a comeback. You have to reassert. She is conscious, although she can't articulate it. Apparently, either can I. That we are the victims. That we are losing. That it's white erasure. And she is also articulating in so many words that our losses, our white erasure, our being targeted is harming her, is harming what she cares about. If God gave awards for being right, I would be like a third world tyrant. I would just be bedecked. I would be bedecked. I would make like North Korea and Iran and Libya under Gaddafi and all the others. I mean, I would have so many medals on, I wouldn't be able to walk. It would be a mountain of medals. And they would say, he's under there somewhere.
I mean, goddamn, we got little kids thinking that they could be fucking females.
Okay, obviously what she meant there, she said, we've got little kids thinking they could be females. Obviously, she was trying to say little boys thinking they could be females, all right? So she's cognizant of the fact that that is a norm of the West, that there are little boys and there are little girls, and that there's a dividing line. And that now, because of anti-whiteism, that's gone. White erased. Am I right?
And we got black people thinking they built America. This shit is crazy.
Okay, and so she's saying now, there was a point when it was known everywhere that white people make Western civilization, that white people are the creators of it, and therefore America, there are wonderful contributions from non-white people in virtually every single Western country, white country. And we embrace those and we champion those people, and those are wonderful things. We appreciate it. But there is no West without white people. She is aware of it. And she knows that the theft of the credit, with the theft of the credit, goes the future of the West. If you can't build bicycles, but you take over the claim that you are the bicycle maker, and therefore you inherit those factories, there are no more bicycles. Eventually, the last of the bicycles fall apart in disrepair. She is aware of it. When she says there are black people out here saying they built America, she knows that black people did not build America. There is no Western civilization in Africa. There is no place on planet Earth where black people got together and remotely approximated the creation of Western civilization. And she wants what? Western civilization.
And honestly, if you guys don't do anything about it, your whole generation is going to be completely, I mean, come on.
Okay, what she just said there should be chilling. Again, she's misspeaking a greater point that she is grappling with, but doesn't have the ability to articulate yet. She hasn't learned of Go Free. And she said, if you do not reclaim your destiny, she says, generation will be gone. What she means to say is your people will be gone. It's ruthless. The anti-whiteism is ruthless. She used generation for people. You can't have a generation gone without the people being gone. That's what she used as the stand-in for the totality of a people.
No, you guys are getting killed off right now. And
you're getting killed off right now.
guys, it seems like you guys are okay with it. Your women are getting raped.
It seems like you're okay with it. Why does it seem that way? Because not enough of us have gotten out into the world with white well-being.
For sure. By Muslims, your women are getting raped. That's for sure. By Muslims and blacks.
All right. So she makes the claim when she's talking about we're getting physically killed, and then an instinctual, a visceral identifier of a people's defeat is not only physically being murdered and that white erasure that she was talking about a moment ago, but the actual rape of our women that we don't put an end to. And in fact, the vast majority of white women won't let us put an end to the rape of white women. I mean, let's just be honest.
It's happening all the time. You see it. Ain't nobody say anything because you can't say nothing bad about a Muslim or a black man. Oh, you can let them rape. Go ahead, let them rape. But don't say anything about being racist.
So what she said there, what she was trying to, don't say anything. Said, go ahead and just let them rape. And then she said, but don't say anything about racist. What she's trying to say there is that if you complain about it, then you're racist. So you can't complain about it because she's mocking you. She's saying you're no man because a word is defeating you. A name is defeating you. Now, she doesn't understand all the ramifications of this concept, the psychological warfare nature of it, and how it operates on the human psyche as prepared by anti-white psychological operators on an ongoing basis. But it is indeed this concept. It is black magic and has nothing to do with race. It is black magic, the concept racism. And you can only defeat it with the white magic of white positivity. Anti-white, anti-whiteism. Let's roll.
Don't say that, right? You guys need to stop it, okay? I don't know. I think Alex Jones was right about the whole frog gay shit because white people used to be so strong.
White people used to be so strong. So she references what she has just learned through other people talking about Jones and this claim that he's very well known for. The frogs are gay, and it's because of the chemicals in the water. So she's trying to understand, why is the white race so cucked? Why are there no men anymore? Why are there so few men of the West anymore? She's trying to understand, where are they? Now, we know why. It's not because, I mean, chemicals and poisons in the food and medicines and etc. obviously are playing a role, but the true cucking of the white male, preventing him from becoming a white man, is anti-whiteism. That's where the true cucking comes from. So she sees it.
You guys now are literally letting a word, racism. The word racism is killing your whole generation.
Again, back to the generation, your people. And here's the part that makes me chuckle, because there are white sympathetics out there that are too low IQ and are unable to identify in their small testicle status a real leader when he's before them. And so they continue to talk when they have nothing of value to say. And they'll say something like, oh, you got to embrace the word racist. You have to say that you're a racist, or you just have to ignore that you're a racist. Everybody's saying that to you or telling you that is dumb. And if you're saying it yourself, you need to stop right now. This is a concept you cannot wield. You cannot identify with. It is the ring of Sauron. You defeat it with the white magic of our concepts. She can see what's doing the damage. Of course, her prescription for how to remedy it is not going to be accurate. But think about how funny it is that there are going to be white guys out there that are saying, yeah, she's right. Think about that. I mean, how many neck-bearded, basement-dwelling, tiny-dicked losers out there are going to say, yeah, boy, she knows. They're going to agree with her on the remedy. Could you imagine identifying and agreeing with this woman's prescription rather than this white man's? My God.
It is. You're scared to be a racist.
She would absolutely rather have white males turning to me and becoming white men than heeding her and staying cowards.
But her prescription is this. She leaves you with this.
Generation. It is. You're scared to be a racist. You better be a racist, because if you're not, this is going to kill you off. Basically, racism means the death of white people.
Racism does mean the death of white people. She's 100% white. 100% correct. You have to reject it. You have to never use it. You cannot wield it. It is an anti-white slur. It is worse than every other slur. You think any of these other like curse words are bad? You need to ban the word racist in your house as worse. And you defeat it with anti-whitism. You don't follow her prescription. Good on this woman for coming to the logical conclusion that they are going to come to. I've been telling you for years. People are going to come to this conclusion, whether they're white and won't identify with us ever, no matter what, or non-white, and they don't care morally or ethically otherwise, they're still going to come to the conclusion that they are going to be harmed. Now, they're lower IQ members of their communities, the more reckless, the more drunk, besotted on the goodies and rewards, the white women and the expensive cars and everything else they get out of it. They're going to want to charge ahead because they're just concerned with the moment. This woman is able to see where it's headed. Of course, she doesn't have the answer, but I think it's funny that it's the same answer that so many of these content Nazi LARPing losers would give you. We're going to listen to a brief tune from RC the Realist, and we're going to be right back to celebrate a little bit of swash.
You are loved by a man who's tall and fair. When we touch, you always feel like care. I wanna put your body up on that pedestal right there. You're the most gorgeous woman in the world, and I can't help but stare. I need you by my side. Two as one, it's only right. I've known you for quite some time, but you continue to blow my mind. I fall deeper in love every single time. We spend more of it loving you brings life. With an embrace so contagious, you're so divine. I have something on my mind. We gotta do it for the culture. Let's make some more West, baby. I can always take you there, guaranteed to make you bear some more West, baby. Cause you're fair skin beauty for sure. All I want is together we're more West, babies. I've gotta do you for the culture. Let's make some more West, babies. You have those very bright eyes, combined with those freckles so fine. I would talk to your pants off anytime. 10 women up for all of the skies. I want the fair-skinned lady I can find. Girl, you're blazing, you're my fire. I can't take it, my desire. Need to lay you down and give you all this big Promethean energy. Dive into me and let me hold myself in queen. Nothing more precious to me in this world. Some may hate, shedding envy on my girl. And your voice is heavenly. I love the sound of you, and I'm loving you so deep. So relax, I have you. In fact, I'm glad to tell you how I see you, so that you can see you're greatly appreciated, and it may see you're my main queen. We gotta do it for the culture. Let's make some more West, baby. I can always take you there, guaranteed to make you bear some more West, baby. Cause you're fair skin beauty for sure. All I want is together we're more West, babies. I've gotta do you for the culture. Let's make some more West, babies. More West, babies. More West, babies. More West, babies. Fellas, if you
going to be celebrating. We are going to be celebrating some epic swash here. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Get out your raucous emojis. We got a few items here. 007s, quadruple 07s. We're beginning with celebrating that wonderful piece by RC the Realist. You can watch the rest of it over at his channel. More West babies. God bless you, brother. That's exactly what we want. Thank you so much. Raucous emojis. Get them out, folks. Let's celebrate swashbuckling flags. That's going to bring people around. We want to celebrate also at the very beginning of this gathering. We had the great full white wellbeing, and we played his brand new piece, One Master, and that was glorious, wasn't it? Let's celebrate and let's see it happen. Quadruple 07s, 007s, triple 07s for that champion, full white wellbeing. Very motivational. Going to be bringing people out of their husks, out of their cocoons, out of their holes and their hovels to stand up for white wellbeing. What an inspiration. God bless the both of you for white wellbeing and RC the Realist. More West babies. Celebrate the great Lockie Lunder from down under. Let me see really quickly what he said, just in case it had something to do with a question I asked him about. Yes, okay. The great Thunder from down under, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate his epic swash. He's been swashbuckling. He has made Twitter accounts for the entire planet, every country out there. You can, or I guess with white people in it, you can, if you would like, man the Twitter account for your country. Reach out to Lockie Lunder, the Thunder from down under, on this epic swash to participate in the great work that he has done in service for white well-being. I'm loving it, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear the cheers. Can you of the crowd as we celebrate our champions in service to white well-being? A big celebration continuing. Can you believe that? Lunder from down under, all of those. That was awesome, brother. Azimuth Clark reaching out, letting me know that his work and the works of others on Steven Crowder now have had magnificent success. Steve has over 6 million subs across several platforms. He now uses anti-white regularly and even puts it in the show titles that he is making. Imagine that accomplishment. They can shut me down. Twitter shuts me down. YouTube shuts me down. They all are censoring me. They can't censor the world, ladies and gentlemen, while others complain about that and they get shifted off into this little hovel or that little ghetto. We are out there in the world, and we got this guy, Steven Crowder. Big salute to Steven Crowder using anti-white, and we'll be having him use more thanks to the great champions in service to white well-being on Team White Well-Being. God bless every single one of them. Azimuth Clark. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the one and the only Franklinator out there in the world, making it happen as he always is. Look at this. You want to put up something in the world that's going to change minds. Look at this. This is really happening. This is really Franklin. This is really the world that the Franklinator creates. He is everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. He can't be stopped. Anti-whiteism is evil. The media is anti-white. Stop anti-whiteism. He's giving people, with every interaction that he has with them, in the digital world, in the physical world, quadruple 07s, tools to take them to the next level, to make them champions, and therefore to change the world that we live in. God, we love you. The great Franklinator, celebrating that hero. Ladies and gentlemen, we got just two more things we're going to celebrate on this swashbuckling before we get out into the rest of our gathering. And this, I tell you, is truly a remarkable thing to accomplish. Let me see. Where do I have it? Where is it? I got to find it, and we will have it up here in just a moment. You might know who it is. It's the one and only. Get out some swashbuckling flags. Get out your swash flags now if you haven't already. Get out your swash flags, because we are going to impress you with just the message. She and others over there on Donald Trump Jr.'s show have not only commented, but started regular conversations. Of course, Franklin is there and has gotten Don to say part of the key concepts, and we keep going back. Let's hear some 07s for Donald Trump Jr., ladies and gentlemen, because this guy is King Trump Jr. King Jr. Trump. We got to celebrate him, because by standing up against the evil of this age, what he's doing is he is making America a better place for all Americans of all races, of all religions. And you got to love a guy for that, for standing up in this way. But just this past week, another conversation initiated by Just the Misses, who has done more for the well-being of white people than name any of your your so-called pro-white content creators for the past decades. Name any of them. And she has done more than they have to change the societal conversation in weeks. In weeks, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to listen right now to this champion in conversation with members of Team White Wellbeing, making the earth quake.
Oh, this is a good one. Just the misses. You're right. Yeah, people ask about this, like the attack on just even, feels like, white people in general in this country. Because you're right. If you don't check that box, you're white, heterosexual, it's like it's over. Even if you're a woman, it's like that doesn't even matter that much anymore, right? But this question, a decent Bloomberg article was bragging. Yeah, they were bragging about hiring only 6% of white people, effectively praising anti-white discrimination. Yeah, that was going on. I think that was at the S&P, the S&P, right? It was like of like 300,000 or 600,000 jobs in the S&P 500. I saw that stat. I didn't read the full article because I was just like, it's just over. But like 6% of the people hired out of 500,000 people, whatever it was, a huge number, were white. I was like, in a sample size of like 350 million, this is basic statistics and probability, right? In a sample size of 350 million, like, white people don't magically go from being like 70% of the population to only being worthy of 6% of the jobs. It's not how it works, okay? White people didn't magically just start underperforming to the tune of being 6% of the people hired at the S&P. Diversity, equity, inclusion, being able to check that, virtue signaling, to be able to say how wonderful we are that we did this. We got to start fighting back. You think that S&P stat, you think that's a coincidence? It's not like it was 12 people hired. It just happened to find some guys that were outliers. This was like hundreds of thousands of people. Only 6% were white. Only 6%. It's 70% of the population, but minor details. Will President Trump talk about publicly the anti-whitism in our country? Thank you in advance, sir, for reading my question. Just the misses. Listen, I think we talk about it every day. It's sort of, it's a fact. You see that, I keep hearing about, how white men are the most privileged people. It's straight white men. It's like, really? Like, they have like the highest suicide rate. They're,
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for everybody who is taking on the task in service to white well-being of speaking with champions, heroes like this, courageous people like this, and at the same time give it up for King Trump Jr. I mean, give me a break how awesome this is. He's coming out swinging hard, coming out swinging real hard on swashbuckling, epically swashbuckling hard on the anti-whites. God bless you, man, for that heroism. And coming in late today, we got to continue to celebrate Team White Wellbeing. Team White Wellbeing getting to Elijah Schaffer. Let me see if I can pull this one up. Franklin got this in. It came to West and now to me. I want to leave in the chat. I know Franklin is over there communicating with Elijah. Who else on Team White Wellbeing? If it's you, let us know. If it's somebody else that you know of, let us know in the live chat. We want to swash salute every single person who's at Elijah, because I'm going to tell you what, there are a lot of people out there who want to take credit for Elijah changing the way he talks and for these others changing the way they talk. But when they're using the exact concepts that we're teaching and these other people aren't saying, I mean, come on, folks, let's be realistic about it. Let me pull it up right now. You're not going to believe this. At the same time, let's celebrate the great Elijah Schaffer, because my God, man, this is fantastic. I didn't even get to watch it all the way through, but here it goes.
White society is amazing. And a lot of this is just anti-whitism. It's extermination of white people, and that's what this is about. Instead of building bridges and pioneering and conquering like we always did, manifest destiny, a little Andrew Jackson spirit coming back into this country and in my bones. I just feel the pain of all of it. It is tough. White erasure is real, and I don't care if people say it's beautiful. White
Oh my God,
society is
listen.
amazing. And a lot of this is just
Can you hear what he's saying? Is the cheering too loud? He calls it anti-whitism. Listen, and then white erasure.
amazing. And a lot of this is just anti-whitism.
A lot of this is just anti-whitism. Wonder where that's coming from.
It's extermination of white people, and that's what this is about. Instead of building bridges and pioneering and conquering like we always did, manifest destiny, a little Andrew Jackson spirit
And talking about Andrew Jackson.
coming back into this country and in my bones. I just feel the pain of all of it. It is tough. White erasure is real.
White erasure is real. Let's give it up. Epic swash for Franklin for sure. For everybody else who's working in commenting and carrying on the conversation with Elijah Schaffer, normal conversations, they're doing it the only way it can work, the real way that it can succeed. What we talk about here, folks, people who take up the challenge are having successes like you could never imagine. He's not Elijah Schaffer, Donald Trump Jr., and on. These folks, they're not saying the comments and concepts shared by others. They are saying and sharing the things that we are spreading. And what is that a proof positive of? The curative contagion, which I have always called the work that we are doing here. God bless everybody, including Elijah Schaffer. Much love to you, man. 10 seconds. We'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Let me do this really quickly. Isn't that something else? I couldn't believe it. West reached out to me. He's like, "Oh yeah, there's some late glory to share." And I don't know anything about it other than what I've said so far. I might have too little, but epic celebration to these champions. This is how the world has changed. God bless the folks who are engaged in these activities. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing to see at our, like where we are in our lives, our power level, our wealth, our influence, where we are in our lives, that we can actually take some ideas, some tools. It's kind of like you have to pinch yourself. Like, is this a dream? And you have to go back and it really operates exactly as planned. And I'm a part of it. And it creates this environment that, you know, if it wins in your environments and if it wins in the homes and environments with other people in our community, guess where else it's going to win? It's going to win in conversations that Elijah's having. It's going to win in conversations that Donald Trump Jr. is having. It's going to, all of these different people out there that we are reaching, it's going to win in their circles. Who are those people? Those are other connected people. Those are other people with more power than us, more money than us. Do you see how everything can be changed so fantastically, so quickly, that it's hard to even fathom? It is indeed impossible to totally understand. But this was the formula that I've been pushing for decades and being denied by so many of these and ignored by so many of these do-nothings in the white sympathetic sphere. You know their names. We're going to take a look at the financial gifters right after these announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Victorian time traveler wants to thank everyone. We all prayed for him. We sent positive energy. His father had lung cancer or has lung cancer. But the bottom line is, he writes here, long story, but his dad is going to live. And he wants to sincerely thank everyone in this community for the prayers and positive energy. If there's any community that can wield power of prayer and positivity, Promethean positivity, is this community right here. Have you all seen over the course of this stream that there are floating emojis on the side of the chat? Do you have floating emojis? I posted those as a change to allow people to use those as well as the emojis in the chat proper. And if you are not able to see them, let me know that you don't see them, you don't have access. If you are, let me know what you think about them. Another announcement is that I saw the video, thanks to Lockie Lunder, from Carl Patch. And Carl asks to build the community by getting people to follow other white well-being, white positive content creators, and being a little bit more forceful with that. So I will, when I have I give content creator links out, as I do every other week or every 3 weeks or so, I will more forcefully try to get people to go and follow you folks. We have to have our community, and that's the only way we're going to bring other people in. So thank you, though, for that video that I saw. And let's get to the mailbag, and we'll do the financial gifts. We have one piece of mail. I looked down into the thaumatological mailbag, and I was so happy to see a piece of mail. And let's read what we have here in this piece of mail. It's a little letter, and I will read it to you now. And thank you so much for this letter. It says, "Dear Jason, thank you for your work. I hope this helps. I heard about you through an interview you did with Tim Murdoch. It seemed like you too were building on the Whitaker mantra." Well, it's similar, but not the same, but I understand what you're saying. She writes on, I think they have drifted from their formula, which entailed taking the moral high ground. I suggested to Tim that he have you back on after the great divorce. But he didn't answer the email. He did have Mark Collette on, and I have heard him defend you, albeit weakly, a couple of times since. Well, I appreciate even a weak defense from Tim. Anyway, she finishes up, I think you are on the right track. It's all we can do for now. Best wishes, Catherine. Catherine, is not only all we can do, but it is the most powerful thing that we can do in service to white well-being now or at any point imaginable in the future. It is the mind that animates the body. And so the control, enabling people, the control of our minds, that the anti-whites effect is what we go free of. And by going free of that, we open up the possibilities of things unimaginable. God bless you, Catherine, and everybody. Let's get out big raucous emojis. Big raucous emojis for the kind words from Catherine, and a financial gift of 50 Save the white baby dollars. 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, Catherine. Thank you so very much. $50 from Catherine. As we're actually short on time because we had so many news items today, and might not have time for calls if I'm going to make sure I get through to everybody here. But I felt the news items were important, and so we went that way instead. But big raucous emojis for Catherine. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful testimonial. And thank you for the input about what's happening over there with Tim, and that the endorsement of what we are doing in those 50 beautiful white well-being dollars. And keep that celebration going, ladies and gentlemen, because there are another 50 walked into the house. Does anybody know who I might be talking about? Another 50 walked into the house. His name, ladies and gentlemen, is DB50. We love him. Crowns for his feet. Crowns for his feet. Crowns for his head. Gems. I'm thinking actually we should give gems to Catherine. Gems before her feet. Throw the gems before her feet and give crowns to DB50's head. God bless you. 50 white well-being dollars over there on Entropy, which I thought wasn't working because nobody was there. And he writes with those $50 for white well-being. God bless you, man. I really appreciate it. Honestly, both of you. $50 from two champions as we get started here, taking a look at the financial gifts, as Catherine says, after the divorce that took place. The great divorce. That's what it was. Let's see. Country music singers have always been a real close family. But lately, some of my kinfolk have disowned a few others in me. I guess it's because I kind of kept my direction. Lord, I guess I went and broke their family tradition. They get on me, want to know, Hank, why do you drink? Hank, why do you roll smoke? Why must you live out the songs that you wrote? Over and over, everybody make my prediction. If I get stoned and sing all night long, it's a family tradition. We also have Yiz the Unifier here on Entropy. Yiz the Unifier coming in with a $5 financial gift. God bless you, this great champion. Weekly folk tithe to celebrate the good people at Entropy who helped me sort out the issue so I can finally send paid entropy messages here. My October camping trip is coming up, and I still have 3 spots. So PM me or email me if you are interested, writes this glorious champion, Yiz the Unifier. And she finishes with keep it Promethean, KIP, keep it pristine, keep it light, positive, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, the great Yiz. Let me see what we have over here. We have a board troll financially gifting 1 lemon. Financial gift on D Live. Thank you for that. I am very proud of my daddy's name, although his kind of music and mine ain't exactly the same. Stop and think it over. Put yourself in my position. Or did I do that backwards? And then if I get stoned and sing all night long, it's a family tradition. What's that next part? His shack. No. That's a different song. What is that song? I'll have to remember and think about that in a minute. Hello to everybody over there on Rumble. I see Watson. Is that what it is? Or Watson, hello to you and welcome. You got a personal hello from the guy streaming. Hey, the guy streaming just said hello to me. We have over here on Odyssey, $5 financial gift from Land of the Fake. Thank you so much, Land of the Fake. Very intelligent argumentation, Jason. You are an asset to our people. Well, I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Land of the Fake. That's a great testimonial. I salute you. Thank you. Very intelligent argumentation, Jason. Yes. And then an asset. That's what I want to be. I want to be an asset to the team of Western Kind. And that's what we should all do. Want to be an asset to the team. We also have $10. That was $5 from Land of the Fake. We have a $10 financial gift from Ash. And Ash says, with that $10 financial gift over there on Odyssey, thanks, Jason. Well, I deeply appreciate that. Thank you, Ash. Great to see you over there again. A reliable gentleman over there on Odyssey. We'll be swiveling around to here. I just remembered. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I don't want to go. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I just as soon stay home. I am one of the chosen few to be born in Alabama. I'm just like Granddaddy's son. I'm proud of who I am. I went through a lot of good women. I shook old Jim Beam's hand. If I never see the pearly gates, I've walked through the promised land. Heaven ain't a lot like Dixie. I don't want to go. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I just as soon stay home. Thank God a Grand Ole Opry like they do in Tennessee. Just send me to hell or New York City. It'll be about the same to me. $10 financial gift over here on a Cash App from Arts. Thank you so much. And he writes with that $10 financial gift for white well-being. Thank you so much, Arts, over there on the Cash App. We have Seamus. Get out your raucous emojis. Raucous emojis, 07s, 95s for a true champion. Seamus, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $25 in service to white well-being, 25 glorious white baby dollars. The white baby dollars, thank you. And he says, with those $25 for gratitude for the white well-being team. Oh my God, very Slotzian of Seamus, indeed. Celebrating team white well-being with that financial gift. God bless you, Seamus. We love you. You are one of the biggest champs of that team. I see you all the time out there in the trenches, the actual trenches, in service to white well-being. Now, what was the part of that song I was trying to remember? Something about funny little weeds. Something growing around my shack. These dusty roads ain't streets of gold, but I'm a happy right where I'm at. All of these little southern girls are a country boy's dream. They ain't got wings or halos, but they sure looking good to me. Oh my gosh, get out your raucous emojis. Gems for her feet, crowns for her head, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure there are plenty of 95s and quadruple 007s for Ace. Financially gifting tonight 100 white well-being dollars. 100 white well-being dollars coming from Ace tonight. And she writes with those $100 for Western kind and a smiley face. Thank you so very much, Ace. And I don't know how they do it, but they must be on some. Are you two talking? Are you somehow communicating psychically? We are developing a psychic connection in service to white well-being, because First Last has also financially gifted 100 white well-being dollars. I don't know how they've done this, how many times. God bless the two of you. They didn't know. How could they know? Oh my gosh. First Last is also being Slotzian tonight. $100 in the name of Franklin. 100 as good as Franklin dollars. I love it. First Last celebrating the great Franklin. He's as good as Franklin. First Last is, you know he is. He's there in service at all hours and at all times, and we love him. God bless you, brother. Oh, my Lord. We are celebrating, and we continue to celebrate. And you know what just happened? 100 and saluting dollars. Celebrate 100 and saluting $7 from the White Guild Clips. And that's all he wants to say with those 100 and saluting dollars. I love it. 100 saluting dollars. 107. God bless you. No White Guilt Clips, who was already financially giving automatically $100 on this great day. We celebrate you. No White Guilt Clips. Thank you so very much. Talk about that trio that just walked into the building, ladies and gentlemen. Ace with 100. First Last with 100. No White Guilt Clips with a saluting 100. And we also have here, to keep the raucous emojis going, we want to celebrate Marco. Haven't seen Marco in forever. 20 white well-being dollars. $20 to put an end to the suffering and victimization of Western kind. Marco, not Polo, the real Marco Polo. $20, he says, with these $20, this friggin' guy, exclamation point, you are a based Chad. You gotta love this guy. Everybody love this guy. Give him some hearts. The real Marco Polo, not the fake Marco Polo. Marco, 20 white well-being dollars. This friggin' guy, you are a based Chad. You, sir, have an absolutely perfectly honed antenna for identifying base chads. This I say to you. God bless you, man. Thank you so very much. Heaven ain't a lot like Dixie. I don't want to go. If heaven ain't a lot like Dixie, I just as soon stay home. Think got a grand old Opry like they do in Tennessee. Just send me to hell or New York City. It'll be about the same to me. All right, we checked subscribe star. We didn't miss anybody over there. Okay, good. We didn't miss anybody. Epic, ladies and gentlemen. So many champions have shown up tonight. What a glorious gathering in service to white well-being. I hope you were able to talk to some new people who came into the live chat. I hope you got inspired over the course of this gathering. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Jimmy Bobby says he's an asset. Says he's an asset to white well-being. That song sounds good. 07s. And we know we had some, let's take a quick look over on, make sure if you want to talk to me, make it happen quickly. I don't think we're going to do calls tonight. We are short on time. All right. White well-being advocate has a, he said, Jimmy Bobby says, this would be awesome, but we know this is fake. Talking about the moms and tots. And I'm guessing you're talking about the actual idea of white people getting together and not being ashamed. And that's, there's nothing wrong with that. Keep aware of the audience who will be reading your posts, though. So it's not just the idea of getting together, but it is also, are you going to give them something to read and be empowered by? So you got the right idea, you're going in the right direction. Now throw in some tools for them to walk away with. God bless you. And we also have, how long did it take for you, an anti-white, to make the parts and crafts project? It could be done. It could be done by an anti-white. And they got a picture and then they just took it down and walked away. Because their villains are rare. And we try to talk white people out of behaving like the villain in the anti-white narrative. Let's see what else. We have Missouri sent Waylon Jennings, lonesome, ornery, and mean. I don't know that one. I'll have to learn that one. And see if we can't read that or sing that as well when we get to, I don't know, any portion where I am so inspired to sing. And maybe that will be when we're having financial gifts. I don't know. But it'll be something. Let me turn around. We do have comments, your comments in the live chat. I'm going to scroll to the top really quickly. I want to see, do people have those floating emojis off to the right-hand side of the chat? We also, of course, have comments in your comments in the thread, which we want to read. Alex Simpson says, what a wonderful woman Miss Colton is. If you missed that, make sure you follow Jill Colton and that you look back at that video that I did with her, Roland Going Free, just this past week, just a couple of days ago. You want to follow her and check that out because it was a great conversation and Colton is on fire. She's glorious. I was thinking if she and I had a show, what would it be called? Up the Hill, probably. The ones who know will know. What a wonderful woman Jill Colton is, and what a great conversation this was on the most important moral issue of our time. Jill used the word sick a lot to describe all this demonic persecution and dehumanization of white males and all the white erasure. That's apt. Anti-whitism is sick as hell, but it's also pure evil. Look forward to her next visit. Could have listened to Mr. Kuna and Miss Colton discuss and demolish the anti-white lies and insanity for hours. Honestly, I could have talked to her for hours about it. I mean, she was just hitting every point perfectly. I couldn't believe it. Very impressed. It was glorious. You see, we have women of the West here, don't we? No messing around, right? They step up and they do more in weeks than white sympathetic leaders in decades for our people. Think about that. My God. Art Folden says, oh, this one might be a negative one about yours truly. Oh, yes. The idiot behind the anti-whiteism movement is Jason Kuna, no white guilt, who is a racist trying to promote white nationalism by reversing the mantra regarding anti-white supremacism. There is no major so-called anti-whiteism taking place in Canada or the US. Pure racism disguised as being victimized by anti-white supremacists. I had a really pithy response to say, and this is what you can do when you come up against anti-whites like this, is to say, you can't see every part of society at every moment. You're mortal, right? You're not omniscient. You're not all-knowing. So presumably then, there are areas where in society and in time, so in time and space, where there is persecution of white people on the basis of race, on the basis of our birth. Condemn with me anti-whiteism. And they won't do it. I haven't had one say, oh yeah, absolutely condemn it, and not immediately be in a weakened position that I've run away with. Okay, well then if it's, you don't know everywhere that it's happening, you've condemned it, so now we're on the same side. They'll try to say, well, no, it's just not happening on a bigger scale. Does it matter the scale? If it's happening to 100 or 10,000 people, is it not persecution on the basis of birth? And do you not stand with me against it? And is it not legitimate then to stand out against it? Do that to the anti-whites. There's another lesson to take home. Let me see what you all are saying. Lunda from Down Under says, you mentioned wanting to talk about X, brother. Thank you for reminding me, good brother. I have resolved the issue that I was dealing with X. A big aspect of my censorship on X was that the previous ownership of X, of Twitter, when it was called Twitter, that previous ownership had blocked me out of ads. Had just blocked it. It wasn't there for me to see on my device. Okay? Listen to this. On a computer, I was able to see where the URL read locked out. So they locked me out of ads. Censorship. Not only did they lock me out of ads, you know, I've been going back and forth with them for how many weeks? It's been months, but how many weeks in total? Back and forth, elevating the my query numerous times. We have to elevate this. We have to elevate this, right? Had several of those going at once, back and forth with them. Had to take meticulous screenshots of every little thing. They said, we don't understand what you're saying. We don't understand how you're locked out. We have reviewed your account. Try to follow this. We've reviewed your account and you can promote, you can create ads. You can do it. And I said, no, I'm locked out. So I had to take meticulous screenshots of every little thing, every little step. And then they said, oh, okay, now we figured it out. Now we've unblocked you. So I figured, great, I can now promote and create ads on Twitter. Except no, because Twitter had gone further. The anti-whites at Twitter, they had blocked me from paying Twitter. Do you hear that? I was locked out of ads, which locked me out of promote. They had also blocked me from being able to pay them. I mean, what kind of psycho censors are these anti-whites at Twitter? How many layers when it comes to ads and promoting do you have to block me on? I'm not going to be able to get through locked out, but they still blocked my ability to pay them. So then I had to go back and forth again with Twitter and elevate again and waiting days again. And they finally came back and they said, oh, you were blocked from being able to pay us. So we've now unblocked you. So now I'm able to promote tweets, which I did for this stream. And I'm doing other tweets, everything I can. But here's the new problem. And maybe you all can figure out a way to help me out, or a suggestion that I can approach Twitter with. And that is, how do I begin to tell Twitter that I firmly believe that I'm censored in a shadow banning style. Where do I tell them to begin to look? I had to take screenshots of all of these particular pages to show them, look here. How do I begin to tell them? I don't know where shadow banning is in the complex code that is Twitter that was bought and handed over. I guess the only thing I can do is ask them to have a look, to tell them that I firmly believe, and here's why I believe the test that we've done, and I firmly believe that I'm being shadow banned. And please have a look. Please dig around through the algorithm of my account and see if you can't find something. The problem was that they couldn't find anything before until I found it for them and said, fix this. So this is 100% proof that I was targeted by Twitter. 100% proof on multiple levels. We've resolved 2 of those levels. Who knows how many other levels there are out there. But you will now see my promotions. They're out there, and I'm going to keep pushing. Thank you for reminding me, brother. The great Fornull is here. Now we have promotions on Twitter, and we're going to see how awesome and epic these do as we put money into them. Fornull says, I remember that. I ran an ad for you. That's right, you did. Because they would not let me. That's right. And so did, should I say, a great champion. I don't know if I should say his name, except it might have something to do with the final blossoming of something. I think it might have been that great champion. That's right, Fornull, because they had censored me out of it, and you had to come forward and do it. God bless you. Thank you for that. That was the great Fornull. He's with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're running out of time. Ranulph White Wolf, great to see you, brother. He says, I'm putting up fence and planting and watering trees on my ranch with no white gill. Thank you so much for that. Just Say No says, can you cover the anti-white kick the can in your next stream? I very well may do that. And Kate is telling me that Lunder paid as well. Did Lunder pay for another promotion as we reach the final seconds in service, minute and some, in service to this gathering of white well-being? If we did, let's get out some significant 07s and celebrations for the great Lunder Down Under. Mrs. Jess Horst is here. Great to see you. She's celebrating. DJC's Dashing Drafts. Love it, everybody. Hyperborean. Jareem is here. Love all the celebration. He said not today, but yes, he has. He has done it for me. Big thank you. Country boy can survive. That's right. Thank you for that. As we are rolling up into the final, White Wolf is here. Hello and welcome. Yep. Lunder Down Under. There was Fornull. So all these people had to step up and run advertising because I was censored from doing it. And this is how the anti-whites make it look like freedom of speech still exists. But folks, you saw tonight that we're not letting them stop us. We're reaching millions and millions and millions with the great work that we're doing, and we're going to continue doing it with this stratagem that works. It not only is the thing that works, the only thing that works, but it's also the most powerful thing that we can do in service to our white well-being, in service to the recapture of our destiny for the good of everyone who lives in Western countries, non-white people of all races. Everyone benefits from white well-being and putting an end to anti-whitism. Let's come together. Let's get more excited than we've ever been. It is October 1st, ladies and gentlemen. We have October, November, December to make 2023 go free. Make it lightning. Make it fire. Make it love, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. Let's go free.